Oh my god, shit. It was it muted the whole time? Oh my god, that sucks. Fuck, I've been talking for so long now. Oh, okay, let's start over. I'm sorry about that. That's pretty embarrassing. All right, we're gonna start here again. Okay, welcome to the stream, I guess. Sorry about that weird ass start. What did I even talk about? It's been like 10 minutes or something. No, 5 minutes. All right. Okay, let's take a step back. So what this stream is going to be about is we're essentially going to be streaming for 12 hours. I'm going to be building something out for 12 hours. And the idea to begin with was to actually stream for 24 hours. And that was just, I kind of came to my senses and figured that 24 hours is basically going to kill me pretty much. I'm kind of the person that really needs my sleep. If I don't sleep for 24 hours, then the rest of the week is essentially going to be shit. So I'm not going to be able to do anything or not get much done that week. So I figured instead of doing that, we're going to do it for 12 hours and we're going to call this kind of like a hackathon. If you've heard of those, that's like where you usually where you go somewhere where there's actual people. Right now there's no people, there's just me and you guys, of course, watching. But I'm alone doing this. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna basically try to build something in 12 hours. I did a poll on some site where you guys were actually able to contribute answers to what I should actually be streaming during these 12 hours. And we'll take a look at our some of the answers. So I got together and I looked at the poll, and the top 3 answers were a weight tracking app. So basically building an app from scratch, which is kind of what the idea was from the beginning. I've been a little bit back and forth with what I actually wanted to do for the stream. And firstly, I wanted to essentially take just an idea of an app and then create it and try to actually finish it completely. And then I will be uploading the stream to YouTube afterwards in maybe a week or 2 weeks. And what the idea was essentially to build an entire app within this stream within like 24 hours, which was the starting idea. And then to also publish that and then to upload the video to YouTube. And then when it gets uploaded to YouTube, you can actually download the app that we built. But that's where I wanted to go with it. But then when I did the poll, a lot of people were wanting to see me do like an Jarvis-like assistant. And I haven't really seen the Iron Man movies that much, but I've seen them once or twice, I think. So I know what Jarvis is, and it's like an AI assistant that essentially can help you do pretty much anything. And that's what most people wanted me to do. And then the one that, I don't know if you understood this, but like these are the top 3 suggestions that people voted for on a different site. And they are the ones that I then put here on YouTube in a community post and then allowed you guys to kind of vote and to see what you wanted me to do. So the one that you guys wanted me to do the least of these top 3 were the weight tracking app. And that is essentially the app that I would have wanted to build, in a sense, to go from like just an idea to building out the requirements, building out the design, connecting it to Firebase as a backend, and then actually uploading or publishing it to Google Play and also the App Store. With the idea that you guys being able to actually download that app as soon as its video gets uploaded to YouTube. But since the least amount of people wanted me to do that, and the most amount of people wanted me to do the productivity app, which is the app that I've been building in some of the previous streams this last couple of months, and also the Jarvis-like assistant. What I'm thinking is that a Jarvis-like assistant is, to me, it doesn't really make sense to do it. I'm not sure who actually has been voting. Maybe it's people that are super like that really know their stuff when it comes to AI. But what I would assume is that the most amount of people that voted for Jarvis are ones that maybe don't know what it would take to kind of build something like that out. And the way that I'm looking at it right now, it feels like I won't really be able to beat the Google Assistant, I don't think, in 24 hours. I have no idea about like, I'm not very good at least at machine learning and that sort of stuff, which is what we would have to use to kind of build something like this. And there are previous like created libraries for this where you can create your own like voice, what is it called? Voice recognition assistants and stuff. So I think that this kind of thing doesn't really make sense because it won't get, like if I don't just use Google AI, Google's Assistant as the template, then and try to build something from scratch on my own, then it won't come anywhere close to the Google Assistant. So either I build something on my own and it doesn't come close to the Google Assistant, which in my opinion, the Google Assistant is quite far from Jarvis. Then it's like, I could do that, or I could just use the Google Assistant, but then I'll get something that's essentially just Google Assistant, but called Jarvis or something like that. So what I'm thinking is that I won't be doing this one. I also want to have to build something that I think will be fun to build. And for me, what I think is most fun is going to be either the weight tracking app or continue working on the productivity app. And if we take a look at some of the comments, I saw one of the comments which I really liked, and what they said, let's see if I can just find that. Oh yeah, this one from Programming Peter. So he says, no one said that you really need to finish it, and we're here to watch you. Having the app done in one go might not even be the best way, and giving in thought and time provides a lot of value. And I kind of like that comment. I feel like that is also some of the goal of this is to kind of provide you some value and to show you something that to really put some effort and thought into something and try to get as far as we can within this stream. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try to continue with the productivity app, and with the goal being of like getting a minimum viable product done in these 12 hours. Now I'm not gonna limit myself exactly to 12 hours, depending on like where I'm at within 12 hours. Either this will be super quick and will be done in like 12 hours or 6 hours or something, which I'm not sure, like that might happen, but I doubt it. I highly doubt that. But so what I'm thinking is that essentially I will be working on this, trying to get it done, and then after 12 hours, I will see kind of how I feel. If I feel good and I feel like I just want to keep working on it, then we'll keep going for as long as I have energy to keep working. And that's going to be the goal for this stream. So we're going to try to come up with some of the requirements. That's going to be our minimum viable product, what we're going to have to do. And yeah, then we're just going to start building that out. I'm not sure if you've been following the stream so far on the progress on the productivity app, but I think we'll be fine anyway. All right. So now what I want to do is I want to set this up for us. So I'm gonna bring out some of the classic stuff that you have to have when you're doing a hackathon type thing. So I've bought some Pringles to keep me going. And I've also bought like a ton of just chocolate and different things. I'm not sure how much of this I will actually be eating, but also Kinder. If you don't eat Kinder, then you should try it. Yeah, so I bought some of that stuff, and then also what I want to do, I don't think you guys can actually see this, but I will have How I Met Your Mother playing in the background. The volume is going to be super low, so I don't think you guys will be able to hear it, but I kind of like that. It kind of helps me feel like I'm not as alone in this apartment as I actually am, and it helps me get into kind of the mode of programming. And I'm not sure if that's like more of a distraction or if it's something that actually helps me get better at programming, but I kind of like to have that in the background. All right, so let's get started. I'm gonna take a drink. Also, I want to say that I'm gonna give myself some time to eat if I get super hungry, or if I have to go to the toilet or anything. I might give myself like a 30-40 minute break or something like that. So just so that I can kind of keep my energy up, because it's right now it feels good. I feel great and I'm ready to get started, but I don't know what it's gonna be like in like 10 hours. So yeah. And also I bought a battery for the camera that's like connected to a cord that you can plug into the wall so that the camera doesn't die. But that didn't arrive this Friday, so that means that I don't have that. So yesterday I went out and I bought like 3 other batteries for the camera that I've got on charge. So I'm essentially going to be like charging one battery and then using one battery for the camera, and then putting one in, charging the other. So the camera might die at some points, and I'll have to like put in a new battery essentially. All right, so let's open up the terminal and let's see where we were at when we left off last time. Because I think we were creating starting the REST API build. And so we're gonna try to actually run that and see how that looks. And also I will be trying to read the chat every now and then, so it's like, but it's just like as soon as I start reading the chat, I kind of get lost, and it feels like it just ends up me sitting here like looking at different comments and stuff. So if you have questions, or if you know the answers to any questions that come up in the chat, please feel free to just answer them straight away, because that would be a really good help. But I will try to answer as many things as I can. All right, let's see what we got. What is it called? Is it called To-Do app? Okay, code dot, open it up in Visual Studio Code. So I'm just gonna set everything up for us so that we're ready to go. Oh shit, there's like 125 people watching. I didn't know that. That's a record for the record. That is a record. Okay. So this is where we're at. Let's go to app and then do open a simulator.app. There we go. Okay. and then we can run that. I think we're gonna open up another terminal because we want to start the server, the local server up and running as well. So one of the tiny issues right now is that my computer doesn't have that much storage left. So I'm like, at the same time as doing the stream, I'm also copying a lot of files over to a hard drive. And then I'm gonna just remove the hard drive and remove all those files. Hopefully that's gonna speed up the computer a bit because it's a little bit slow right now. So, yeah. All right, let's say documents, projects, my projects, to-do app, and then go ls city backend, and then do open up the virtual environment, source in. All right. And then what we have to do as well, we have to export some things, right? Or do we have to do that? So also, if you haven't seen some of my streams, I'm not at all pretending to be an expert at anything. I'm pretty much like learning as I go. So in case you're thinking that I'm trying to sit here acting like I'm the expert at building out REST APIs or building out Flutter apps, I'm not. I'm just trying to learn essentially, and hopefully this can be valuable for everyone watching as well, to just see kind of where I'm at and how good I actually am at doing these things. REST API Flask. So what I'm using for the REST API is Flask, and I want to get to whatever tutorial it was that I was using before. So I'm going to try to just find the right article. Okay, this is the one. So let's just see what they did to run it. Okay. Python run.py. Okay, so there we go. We have the REST API up. Or the server, the local server running. And what happens if we do hello? Oh yeah, that's right. Okay, so this is where we're at right now. With the app. Let's run the actual app as well. So right now the app is not connected to any backend at all, but that is because we don't have a backend yet. We're not doing anything real with it. So let's think. Okay. So what we're going to do, we're going to actually create a list of just requirements for what we're going to do today. So that we can kind of have some sort of checklist to look back at to see what the progress is looking like. All right, requirements. There we go. Okay, so we need a login screen. And for that we also need that to be able to like lock people out, so that we either show the login screen if they're not logged in or don't have an account, and if we show the login screen, then they shouldn't be able to access any of the other pages within the app, and then they should also be able to log in, and then we should be able to save their information so that they don't have to log in every time. Okay, so needs to restrict access for the unregistered user. Okay. Login screen. Okay. And then what we also need to do is we need to create kind of the backend. So we need to create all the classes for tasks. I think I actually have a note somewhere where I have the, let's go cd documents, projects, my projects. I'm trying to just find the note where I've put all the classes for this app, because I've already created a note where I keep all the classes, but I don't remember what that's called. Let's do ls cd productivity app. Okay, so here we have all the classes for our project or for the app. So we need to actually create these classes within our backend project within this folder here called resources. So we have user here, task, support file, project. So now I think that's going to be the first thing that we'll do. But before that, we're just going to try to figure out the rest of the stuff. We need to create some sort of API key for the user. Find out how to make a API key. And this kind of this list is just to make it a little bit easier for me to get this actually done. I feel like the more detailed and the better we're able to actually make this, the easier it's going to be to actually complete this within 12 hours. Because if we're not able to actually, because by doing this we keep breaking each task down in a way that we know exactly what the next thing is going to be. So once we're done with all the classes, then we know, okay, the next thing is going to be to do this, and the next thing after that is going to be to do this, so that we don't have to sit and like think about, okay, how do we do the next thing? What is the best next step to take? So I'm going to spend a little bit of time just trying to figure out the best or the requirements for this app. So this is the app running as well. Right now it's just this list of all the tasks is just populated by random, like it's just fake tasks, it's nothing real. And what we can do is we can move the tasks down here so we can put them in a different spot essentially on the list. And what we need to do is we also need to add something so that we can press this button here and then add a new task. So we need to create a pop-up for adding tasks. All right. We need to also get data from the backend. We also need to add data to the backend. All right. And as far as screens go, we're not gonna create any other screen than this and also the login screen. And we already have this screen, so we're essentially just gonna create the login screen because this is as simple as we can make this app. This is the like minimum viable product. It's just to be able to basically add stuff to a list and then also tick them off if we're done with them, or if we're not done with them, then they're not ticked off. So this is like base functionality. I think that the more difficult part today is going to be to actually create the backend in the right way and have all of that stuff working the way that it should. If this turns out to be very quick or very easy to do, which it might be, but we're going to see kind of usually you kind of end up running into problems that you don't think you're going to run into. Which means that things that you think is going to take like an hour end up taking 6 hours. So this to me right now seems like I'm picking like an area of something to do that's going to be so small that it's going to allow me a lot of time, it's going to be relatively easy to actually complete this. But I also know that it's likely that we're going to run into some errors that are going to take up some of the time. So hopefully hopefully this is like a good scope for today's stream. All right, find out how to make an API key. What else do we need? Classes for tasks. Okay, so when we load the app, we're gonna get all of the tasks. And okay, create methods for prioritizing tasks. So what you want to do also is that you want to keep as much of like the logic as you can on the backend side. So what that means is that, for instance, if we reorder this list, so if I take the task that is on top, so my first to do 1, and then I place that below, and then I place that down below the task that is number 4, then the app should not do the changing of the names of all the things. What it should do is it should, as far as I understand it at least, what it should do is this should trigger a call to the backend, and the backend then will reorganize the list in the way that we've reorganized it on the app. So the app, each action essentially on the app is going to trigger some actual logic or some method on the backend. All right, we add data to the backend. Yes. We need to be able to add users as well. Okay, so we need to figure out how to kind of add users in the right way, store passwords and those sort of things, how to safely store user data. And this app is not going to contain any like sensitive data except maybe the password and also email address. It's not going to contain anything like credit card numbers or anything like that. So I think the password and the email is all that we're really going to have to store safely. Not even sure about the email, but because I'm not sure about like what the best practices are when you do this. And then also publishing this thing. I'm not sure whether we're actually going to do that today. Yeah, so Frederick asked, why do you need to log into the app? Is the plan of the future like a website of the app? So the reason that I want people to be able to log into the app is because I want to be able to essentially, like if you look at most apps that get published, they have some sort of thing where you actually have to log into the app to be able to use it. And the reason for that is to kind of, I think, to basically get users in a way that's like a little bit more direct, if that makes sense. So for instance, Evernote has this thing as well where you have to enter your information. Like, I'm trying to think of like what I think essentially it's like when you want to sell it. I think it's if you end up in a position where you could sell an app as like where you sell the company of the app, so Evernote would sell to someone else. I think it's useful to actually have users in the app. Yeah, so essentially that is one of the reasons. And then also, yeah, I think that's probably the main reason. But also, like you said, to be able to actually store the stuff in the database as well. You need to actually have this connected to someone, so you could store it locally on the device. Like, that's what I'm thinking about. It's like, why not just store it locally on the device? Which is like, since this is just going to be like text files pretty much, it's not going to take up that much space. So you could just store it locally on the device, which means that you wouldn't really need to have users for that. But I think that that's like the main reason. Well, let's Google that quickly. Why apps use login, for instance. Do we really need app logins? Forcing users to log in makes sense as it helps ensure users that their data will be protected. Okay. Do we really need app logins? I'm just Googling this because I'm like a little bit interested in, because I haven't really thought about it too deeply about why actually using that. Logins help for a couple of reasons. Persistence of data. If the user changes phones or goes to the desktop, yeah, that makes sense as well. If I wanted to create it as a website or something, then you would also be able to get the data from the app into the website because you have a backend, so it's kind of independent in that way. Community apps like put faces behind the data. Would you rather take restaurant recommendation from Gordon Ramsay accounts? Wait to bring people together. Moderation. People are more accountable to their accounts. Okay, well, I think the main reason then is just to like they said in that post, persistence of data. So instead of just having it on your phone, so that if you change phones or if you go to the computers, you won't be able to see that data. By using this type of method, you will actually be able to get the data everywhere. But I think that's like the argument more of like using a backend. But I guess you can easily connect data on the backend, make a relation between these. Oh, okay. Anyway, now let's see. Where were we? Backend, classes for tasks. Classes for the tasks. Okay, what do we need to do to actually get the classes for the tasks? We need to create all the variables and all that stuff. Then we also need to create JSON method. And that is something that we need to do here as well. So we need data to the backend, to JSON, and then from the backend, from JSON. We also need to create the classes for the app as well. Create classes for tasks, etc. I'm like, oh, as soon as like right now, I just want to get into it. So it's like, I can't really focus on like trying to come up with more things. Find out how to make an API key. Okay, so let's try to figure out what the first step is going to be. I think the first step will be to create the classes for the tasks. So we're going to set the number 1 here, and this is also number 1. So that is the first thing that we're going to do. We're going to create the classes for the task. So actually, let's just start doing that straight away. I wonder how my voice will deal with 12 hours of talking. I already feel like I'm not, like that my voice is like almost going. All right, project.py support file task user is probably something to start with. Okay. Linter py install. Okay. I'm just gonna remove the hard drive right now, because I've removed all the files now that were like extra files. So now what we can do, actually I'll need to check this. To just make sure that the files are actually on the device, because I've had some trouble with this in the past, that it sometimes actually doesn't work. So we're gonna see cal YouTube, this is the most important one. Okay, that seems to be good. All right, so we're gonna remove that. Sorry about just being a little bit slow with this sort of stuff, but this is just to kind of speed things up, because I feel like the computer is just super slow right now. Okay, and I'm just gonna remove all of the stuff that we don't need. Empty trash. right. See, like this, just removing these files is slow. All right, anyway. Here we go. I don't really like this because like it's not highlighting the syntax at all, which I'm not really sure why it's not doing. Okay, anyway, I think we can get started. All right, user, and what we got in here is we're gonna have, what did we say? So I've got this here with all the different things that we're gonna need, and now we're just gonna add that in here. So user ID, API key, first name, last name, email, password. All right. I don't like this. I don't know why it's not highlighting the syntax. All right, let's do so the computer is just like super slow right now, trying to just remove this. But it's like 72 gigabytes of shit. All right, what we'll do ls, and then we'll go into cd resources. And then do sub, actually open it up in Sublime because that can sometimes be a lot faster. So instant resources, here we go, user. Okay. Let's create the constructor. Constructor Python. Def init self. Okay, def init self and then we'll see what do we call it? User ID. API key. First name, last name, email, and password. There we go, we have that done. Now what we need to do is we need to do self dot what do we say, user ID equals user ID, self dot API key equals API key, first name, oh, this is like, I think I should have not put all the stuff into the trash can straight away, because now it's like super slow. And I can't really do anything with it. Alright, not sure what's happening. Okay, I think that worked. Alright, I think we're good now. I'm gonna take this off. It's getting way too warm because I'm like sweating trying to solve this. Alright. Let's go. Hopefully it's gonna be a little bit better now. Okay, what's the next one? First name equals first name. Okay, now it's faster than I can type at least, so that's good. Self dot last name equals last name. Self dot email equals email. Self password equals password. Okay. So that is our user class. And what we also need to do is we need to add the to JSON and from JSON and that stuff. Wait, didn't I add something? Okay, so what we can do, we can go to another project that I have, which is the app that I worked on this summer, that I'm still working on, but like on the down low a little bit. So we're gonna go to documents, wait, let's see, I think it's in documents maybe. Documents, okay, projects maybe, Exerlog, city backend, source, all right, city sub model .py. Okay, so then we can copy this part here, and then we're just going to exchange this for what we actually need for our app. Oh. Okay. And then we'll close this down. And then we'll paste it here. So here we go, that's the table name. So that's what it's going to be, our table name in our app, in the database. And then we have unique constraint ID and username. Okay, So this is then setting so that the ID and the username has to be unique. Oh yeah, that's one thing that I think I forgot to add, username. Username. Okay. So we have the username there. Password. Okay. Self.username equals username. Serialize self.id. Okay, maybe we should just call that ID. No. First name. Last name, password, email. And then we'll also add a API key, self.api key. I'm not really sure what's happening with the computer because right now I've like removed everything and it's still like not wanting to play. I was expecting this to happen like within like 5 hours or something because I have been streaming for an hour and a half or like 3 hours and it's been no problem. But now it's like I'm not able to do pretty much anything because the mouse, like right now I'm moving the mouse, but it's like it's not moving. And I'm not sure why that is. You know what? We'll try something. All right, that don't know how I'm gonna get back now. Like, I'm sorry about this, but I am not sure how to actually fix this because it's like super slow. Like the mouse is like, as soon as I move it, it gets stuck somewhere and then I lose it because it's stuck. And then it comes back, but then it moves somewhere else where I'm not like, oh. So I asked my friend the other day, and I was like asking him if he could put together like a PC, so an actual Windows like stationary computer, because I've had some of these similar problems with the streams before. Because the MacBook Pro that I have, that I'm using right now for streaming, is the first MacBook Pro that I actually bought, and that is of course the MacBook Pro that's like famous for having the overheating problem, where it overheats. So that is the current situation. Oh, I'm gonna have to restart this. I'm really sorry about that, but that's the only thing that I can do right now that I can think of that might solve this and salvage this whole operation. So I'll be back in just like, as soon as I'm just gonna essentially restart the computer, and as soon as it's up and running again, I'll be back on the stream. Sorry about this. Does anyone know like a short command to start it, to restart it? Because I'm not able to actually even move the mouse to the right place. Okay, I don't know why it mutes now. For some reason it mutes every time I start it. But we're back again, and hopefully, like right now it feels like it's working fast, but we'll see. I think that what screwed it up was the moving of the different files and like removing files. So I'm really sorry about this start of this absolute shitty stream, but now we're gonna get back into it and hopefully finish this off in one day, 12 hours. Okay, so where were we? This is what we've done. Email address, I'm just gonna go through it to see if everything is there that we need. API key, last name, email, password, username. Okay. This one we can remove. Oh. Copy that. And just move the place of it because I feel like it should be at the top. All right. Now we need to make sure that all the variables are the same. First name. Oh. Maybe we need to have this below, actually. So this is quite discouraging when you're like trying to make this work and then things that don't usually happen end up happening when you're trying to like do something that like this. It's like always, feels like it's always the case where it's like when you try to do something new, things that usually aren't problems all of a sudden turn out to be problems. But now I think it's gonna work out good. All right. And if it doesn't work out good, then I'm gonna just have to buy a Windows computer or a stationary computer, and hopefully that's gonna solve the problem for us. Okay. API key, self.api key. Okay. Resource. All right. So let's save it and let's try to run that just to see if it still works the same way that it should. ls, okay, python run.py. Oh yeah. Source env bin activate. Okay. All right, let's take a look at the tutorial again and see what they say. What was it? It was Flask REST. Okay, so this is what they do, table name, comments. Okay, the error is indentation error, unindent does not match outer indentation error. Okay, so it seems like this thing is what's not really, what they're not happy about. If we comment that out, okay, let's see if that's... So what might be the case is that they... what they showed in the tutorial is that here we have hello world, or like the... when you... essentially, when you go to... let's take a look at it. Yeah, this one. So they basically create classes for all the all the different methods that you can do for a particular URL. So what we have here is, if we go to app.py, we can go to the API/hello, and then we'll get a response back, and that hello will then come from right now it comes from this file. And what I think the problem is that I thought of this as like the class, which is not. It's not going to be. What it is just like a grouping of all the different methods. So we can get the get method. We can also have the post method. We can have all the different types of methods that you can do in an API call. So I think that is what. I think that's what the issue is. So what we need to do is we need to create essentially a file or a class for each of the different calls that we think we're going to have to make. So what we can do, I think I found some, let's do REST API best practices. RESTful API 13 best design practices to make your users happy. API get, read, post. Because what I want to do now is the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to try to get we're going to try to basically create the functionality for a user to be able to sign up. I think that's going to make more sense. What I thought we were going to do, or what the idea was to at the start of this little stream, was to actually, let's exit out of that one. Don't save. What the idea was to create all the classes first, but I think it makes more sense to start with just the user class and then try to actually implement that entire functionality so that we can actually add a user from within the app, and because that way we can then kind of scale it back so that we just build out that functionality, and then once that is solid and works, then we can move on to actually adding different tasks. So I think that's probably going to be the best bet for how to start this. Yeah, so I think that's what we're gonna do. All right. So what we need to do is we need to create the user class, which we have created. But for that, we need to also create the class for all the different get, post, and delete methods that are going to get called for our user. All right. But the question is just what we're going to call that, what we're going to name that in our URL, because I don't know really how apps deal with that. Or URI, I think maybe it's called. URI for user sign up. No. Also, if any of you guys know of like any good articles regarding like how to design good URIs for the API, then please feel free to just leave a comment or a link in the chat, so then I'll check that out and to learn if I know something. So Macy JKA7, I'm not sure how to say your name, but said that you can start with the create database tables and then insert manually user, and then next try to get it from the database, and next makes it possible via API call next and method attach user. The thing is that with what we'll create here with the Flask, this way that we're going to do it, this migrate function is essentially going to create all the tables and all the stuff for us once we've created all the classes that we're going to need for our database. So that stuff is kind of going to get taken care of by itself. The first thing is almost going to be to actually make the API call, or make it possible via the API call. As far as, at least last time I did this, that's kind of how it worked. Because these things here are essentially what's going to be used to create the tables within the database. So when you then run the migrate.py, that will then automatically create all that stuff for you. Now you could do that, what you're saying as well, but what I'm more interested in right now is like how to actually, what we're actually going to use as the URL. So when we go to whatever the host is, then we're going to do like, okay, maybe sign up or something like that. Is that going to be what we're going to use, or are we going to use some other some other kind of URI for that? I'm not sure really what the best way to do it is, if that makes sense. All right, so that didn't really help. Let's take a look. As for logging in and redirecting, you could have a post to your logout URI. Yeah. Alright, so what we're gonna do, we're just gonna have to use sign up. Oh, my voice. Okay, so we're gonna use, instead of hello, we're gonna use sign up as the URI. And that is gonna be sign up. And we're gonna have to import resources.sign up. And then sign up. Okay, save that, and then we'll create the class for that call. .py. Okay, and then we'll do this. Copy that, paste it. And class sign up resource. Okay, def get. What do we do? Do we go do a post or a get? It feels like it's going to be a post when you sign up, but All right, so Macy JK7 was saying about like how to design the API, but is that also how you design when you want to sign up a user? So I understand that's like when you want to just get the user from the database. If you already have a user, then you just do like users, and then you get the user, whatever that, however many users you have, or you could do ID, and then you have the actual ID of the user, whatever that is. But if you actually want to sign up the user, what type of convention is using /register? Okay, well let's rename it register. Register, like so. Call it register, save app.py, and register. Oh. Register and register, and then register. Okay. And send credentials via post. Okay. So that would then mean that we need a post method here. I'm just gonna have to look to see kind of what that looked like. Is it just like that, and then whatever we need to do, and then whatever self, I'm guessing, and then this will return or do something. So let's see. If we look at the tutorial, he will probably go through the post method. Yeah, post self return message hello world. Okay, we can do that here just to kind of show something. Okay. Hello, Cal. Oh, registering user. Okay, so now what should happen is if we run this thing, which we can now do, then if we go to the local host and paste that in, API/register, then we get this. So we get this back, which is good. This is a get method, but we're still getting that. Get post. All right, let's try it with a get method as well, just to see if that changes anything. Getting user. Okay. Getting user. Okay. So that means that it's actually, we have a get method that works and a post method that works. Okay. Okay. I'm just gonna see what they do in this tutorial as well, to see when they actually add something. Okay, so I think all of the classes for the different tasks and all of that stuff is going to be in our models file. So we're just going to we're going to remove this and just replace it with the one that we just built before, because I think this one is more correct. Okay, so when we register a user, what we're going to do is we're going to send some stuff as well. We're going to send, we're going to send username. We're going to send email. We're going to send password. And what we need to do in the post method is we need to check if username well, for now we're gonna have to check if username exists, but I think that this is something that we're not necessarily just going to do here. We're gonna probably have to do it here as well, but I think that if we think about like how this would actually play out within the app, what we would do is we would open up the app, we'd log in, or we would be trying to register. We would have a text field where we type in a username, and then what should happen is really that text field or that specific field should make a call to the API, and then that should then just check if that username exists, and if it doesn't exist, then you essentially should not be able to even press register. Like, it should give you an error message saying that username already exists. So ideally you wouldn't even get here if your username, the username that you type in, already exists. So this might be redundant, I'm not sure. But for now we're just gonna have it there because I'm not sure whether we're gonna create both methods right now. So we're gonna start with just having it here. For simplicity. And then we also need to check if the email exists. And that is really all that we need to do. Then we need to also create the user. Create a user. Okay. How do we create a user? Well, to create a user, we need to get, well, no. Okay, so we need to be able to get the username and the password, username, email, password. That is something that we're going to take care of within Flutter. So that's going to be like you can do different methods like get, post, and all of those things you can do. So we're going to do a post method within Flutter, and then that method is going to add a user with, or add the username, the email, and the password, and then it will essentially activate this post method here. It will make that call. Okay, I'm gonna check the chat again just to see if there's anything that you guys have said that's like important. Which product? Just trying to be honest, I don't want people to learn bad things. Hey Cal, please stop painting the picture on YouTube that you're actually You're tricking beginners into listening and learning from you. Kind regards, Dan. Okay. You can install Pylint extension. It's help you. Alright. Oh, brutal. Shit, I'm watching your video in your live stream. Damn, bro. Watch Pylint. Instead of checking if the username exists, if you have a unique constraint on the field, you could just rely on an error coming back from the insert statement. Yeah, that makes sense too, actually. Otherwise, you'll have a race condition. You have to check this via validation method in the backend. Do not query the database via Flutter if you are using backend API. No, it's not. It's not like you query the database. You query the API, but that was what I meant. Like you call to the API and then you do that via Flutter. Okay, so what would be the next step? We need to find a way to test this. And I did download Postman. I haven't used that before, so we're gonna try it. Hopefully it's not too difficult. Request name, register. Description, nope, we don't need description. Save the books, okay. Register, and that is a get request. We need a post request as well. Edit. All right, how do we make this into a post request? First challenge. Get. Maybe you can't do post requests, I'm not sure. Launchpad, create a request. Ah yeah, okay, so you just change it here. And then we can enter our the local host. I'm just gonna say something. How do you block someone from the chat? Does anyone know? Because this I don't know. I don't know if I don't want to call anyone out or like be mean to anyone, but it's like this guy, Dan the coder, I don't think he understands really why or what I'm doing. Because he's saying like that I'm trying to make it look like I'm an expert at programming or something like that and teaching people bad habits because I'm not good. But I'm not good and I'm not an expert and I'm not trying to seem like an expert. So I think that that probably comes across when you're looking at the stream. All right, how do we block them? Block Dan the coder. I'm gonna give you a chance to just, in case you just misunderstood, then you feel free to leave a comment. Be honest about that on YouTube then, instead of censoring me. I'm honest about it all the time on YouTube, so I'm just gonna block you right now because it feels like you're not really getting it. All right, so that's good. You don't like the don't watch it. Yep, good point. All right, so there we go. The post request, okay, API, and then slash, what was it again? Register. Okay, so that is the request, right? What happens if you press send? We get registering user. Okay, so that works now. All right, let's see if we can figure, I'm not really sure even why or like how I'm gonna use this in the right way. I think it's pretty good that you can like add headers and stuff, I think. Can you add headers? So I was watching this other guy on YouTube. I'm gonna shout this guy out, even though he probably doesn't need it. It's called Engineer Man. So if you want to see someone that's way better than me at doing this stuff, then you can watch this guy, Engineer Man. And I really recommend it. I feel like he's a little bit even more casual than me, I think, with some of the stuff that he does. And I was watching what he did with REST APIs. I can really recommend that one. I think that was really interesting. I think I watched the whole thing pretty much. And he used some other, instead of using Postman, he used something called Insomnia. I asked him on Twitter and he said it was Insomnia REST. And I really liked the look of that, because it was like, it seemed super simple to just like, you could add a header, you could add everything really easily. You can probably do the same thing here though, but anyway, that's just a little shout out to him. If you haven't seen him yet, then I really recommend going to check him out. So I'm not sure if I'm gonna stick with this one or if I'm gonna go with the Insomnia, because he seemed to know what he was doing. So if he was using that, then it's probably a good reason. Or it was just the first thing that he started using, which can also be the case. All right, headers. How do we add a header though? All right, someone said go with Insomnia for now, so I'm gonna go with it. All right, downloading it. And feel free to just contribute with anything. If it's like something that you feel like, shit, Cal, don't do this, then just mention it in the chat. I'll try, like I'm doing it right now, like trying to look at the chat every now and then, but it's just a little bit, like as soon as I look at the chat and start reading it, I get super slow and like lost in it. So it feels like it gets kind of boring to watch me sit and read the chat. All right. So there we go. I think it's been downloaded. Oh. Is it? Yeah, okay, so we have it. Let's open it up and test it. Quit Postman. Let's restart How I Met Your Mother because that stopped playing in the background. All right, open it up and let's test it. New request, register. It's a post request, create. Okay. Post to API / register. Also, one of the things that he mentioned, the engineer man guy, was that one of the nice things that you could do with an API is you could add something called like v1 in the URI. So this basically just stands for version 1 of the API because, and this is just straight taken from him, what he said. And what he said was like, what you don't want to do when you've actually published an API is you don't want to change anything. And that makes sense because if you change some of the requests and all that stuff, then some of the people's apps or programs will essentially break because they're requesting something that may not be there or has been changed or whatever. And that way you should probably add something like a flag like this called v1 to symbolize like, okay, this is the version 1 of this API. So then as soon as you want to make any changes, you can just change this to v2 and then you can just make any changes that you want. And then you can, the people that want to use v1 can still use v1, but you can also use v2 if you want, if you're like updating essentially. So that, I think, and that was kind of a good advice, I think, when building out an API. All right, so this worked. Register user, body. Can we add a body? Or is that something that we add when we add the request? Register to. It's a post request. Body. JSON. Create. Okay. What should this have? Email. halldenkalle@gmail.com. And chat by for now. Never learn things completely if you don't learn to do so. Okay, so email is there. Then we also have the username, which will be this. Oh, actually, can you guys see this? Can I make it bigger? I'm not sure how much bigger I can make it. Let's see. Preferences. Let's make it 30. Okay. Okay, same, do that again. Okay, so I think this, maybe you see this a little bit better now. Okay, username, Cal Holden. And then we have password, which is going to be just 123 Cal. Okay. So there we go. We have a body now. And header. No. Okay, so I guess the auth is going to be the API key then, I'm guessing. Okay. Send URL bad illegal formatting. Okay. Register. Okay, so that works. I think it didn't give us any errors at least. Okay, so now we actually need to do something with that. So we need to, let's print, first of all, let's just try to print all the stuff that we get. How do we access the stuff that we put in the body? Let's see if they go through that here. Method for fetching categories, fetch all the categories. For updating a category. Put JSON data is a request dot get JSON. Request dot get JSON. Okay, and let's try that. What it should do now is when we send this, it should print, yeah. So it prints here all of the information that we sent in our body. So as you can see here, we added the body here of email, username, and the password. And that then gets printed as soon as we press send here. That gets sent to our API. I'm not like caught up on all the terms for everything, but that's how I'm gonna say it. So we're basically getting here username, and then what the username is, password, all that stuff. So what we can do, I think we can do something like this. Let's say username equals request dot get data surname, and then we can probably print the username. I think. So do a send again. Okay, username request.get data username insert method. Okay. Get JSON dot. No. Just gonna try that to see. I'm gonna have to try some things. I think they probably say this stuff in the tutorial, but I wanna just see if I can get it on my own. Okay. What if we do this then? Data, and then data username. Okay, so that works. So that's how you do it. So now we printed the username, and we can also print the password. Oh, password. And now if you do this and then we press send here, then as you can see, we printed the password there. So that's good. So now we're able to actually get the stuff from the body of the request that we want. So now we can do username equals data username, and then password equals data password, email equals data email. Okay, so that is then done. We can remove that. Save that, and then we can do here, we can, instead of saying just registered user, we could do $. How do you do that again? Is it like this? I think that's how you do it. And then you do dot format. Not really sure if this is the way to do it, but I think so. Username. Okay. So then if we go here. Oh yeah, this is a GET request. So if we go here and then press send, yeah, then we get registering Cal Holden. So we get the username there. Okay, so that's good. Now, what is the next thing? For when you first log in occurs, queue this for... All right. So that is essentially what we're going to use, right? This also needs to create a API key, I think, for this user. Create API key. And that is then what's going to get sent as an authorization thing, I think, maybe. Let's Google that quickly. How do we use the API key? All right, so I think that from here we might want to create the user. Okay, let's take a look at the tutorial to see how they actually create something. In the manager.py, add the following code. Okay. So we'll go to migrate.py and we'll just add that in here. Save it. From models. Okay, so I'm just trying to make everything ready to go so that we can run the migration, so that we can actually create the database, so that we can then actually start to add things to the database, just to test, like trying to add different users and that sort of thing. Oh yeah, that's right. So you first run the database.init thing. Okay, not there. ls, and then do, I think, code dot. Okay. And then what we need to do is we need to go into the right directory. Backend. cd. Source. env. bin. activate. And then we need to run that command. Okay. Unindent does not match an outer indentation level. Let's see if we remove that, if that helps. Okay, let's try to, Let's remove that, and hopefully that's gonna then allow it to work. Okay. Database.integer. I feel like it is doing the same thing. Okay, so that wasn't the problem. Indentation error. Yeah, but what is the indentation error? Is it just that it's indented in the wrong way with spaces instead of... Try Alt-Shift-F. Okay. Database unique construct. Okay, so it's apparently, it might be this issue that, oh. Yeah, so this, I think this is something that's happened to me before. When you copy something from Sublime Text and then paste it into Visual Studio Code, for some reason. No, okay, so that was not the issue as far as it seems right now. Okay. Does not match any outer indentation levels. Okay, Control Alt plus A. Okay, if we just do this to see if that helps, if we just do db dot column and then database dot string primary key equals true, unique equals true, true, and then save. Okay, and then we'll delete that also just to see if that... No, okay, so that does not make a difference, apparently. Okay, not sure. I think that worked, to be honest. Not sure why it worked now, but anyway it worked, so that's all that I need to know right now. What I want to do is I want to run the migrate as well and see if that works, and then we'll go through and kind of look at what could have solved it. Okay, background on this error is role username does not exist. Username. Role username does not exist. So as soon as you run the migrate init, it will create a new folder here called migrations, which I think I needed to remove in order to test these things, some of the things. Everything up, okay. So right now, fatal role username does not exist, which to me seems like when it's trying to create the database, it can't really find, or this part of it's basically like columns in a database, or is it? Yeah, well, anyway, it seems like it's unable to actually create this username column for some reason, which I'm not sure why. You have a link to the error code, what it means, open it and read. We'll check that to see. Exception originates in the most common error caused by drivers in the context, the database connection being dropped. Okay. So what this could mean, this is something that I wasn't really sure about, but this might be the thing. So you might have to actually run the database on the computer as well. This I didn't know whether that was something that you had to do, but I think it seems like we do have to run the database. Okay, what did we use? PostgreSQL. Open database. Okay. PSQL, and then what did we call this? I don't remember what I called it. Postgres. Productivity app. Okay, so that's what I called it apparently. Now if we run migrate, it didn't work. It gave us the same error. Okay, do we have the same name for it? Run.py. Okay. Does anyone know if I need to change this to actually be my password and this to be my username? Try to connect to the database via command line or some program like. I'll probably do. And then we'll do the password. I'm not sure if that works. Maybe it works. Okay, so that was the problem. Okay, but that works now at least, so that's good. Okay. So that is up and running. Now, what do I need to do? Okay, so now we kind of need to get back to where we were. I'm not... Yeah, so okay, we were doing... So we have the database. Now we just need to be able to actually add something into the database. So we'll see how they do that with this Python script. Okay, then we'll go to register.py again, and we'll have to import this stuff from model. What do we call it? Models. We'll import that, and we'll import user. Okay, and then we'll check this out. Okay, get self. Copy that and we'll paste that here just so that I can see it. Users equals user dot query dot all, and that should then give us all the users. Status success data and then users. Okay. And then what we'll do, users equals users dot dump users dot data. Okay, so that then what that should do is it should give us all of what we want. So it's super difficult to be actually talking while I'm typing these things in. Oh, okay. Now here we go. So now if we do this, we should be able to actually get all of our users, but we don't really have any users right now. So if we go here and then do that, then we don't get anything. But this is also not really relevant, I don't think. Since we're not actually doing since the register, this URI is not really going to go to actually being able to get all of the users. That's going to be something called just user. So in this case, I'm not really sure what we would use the register get method for. But this is just kind of to test these things out. So that is what we're doing. Okay. Get register 200. Okay. And so now we need to be able to actually add this to the database. We'll take a look again at what they do here. I'm just going to copy all of that. What I like to do is I like to copy the things, paste them in here so that I can actually see them as I code, so that I don't have to switch between the different windows. I can just look here and I'll see what they've typed in. Force equals true. Not sure what that does, but we're going to have it as well. If not JSON data, then we'll return this message, a 400, which means we didn't get anything. And otherwise, we're going to actually create. Okay, so that is when we get the data. Okay. So wait a second. All right, JSON. Actually, let's name it data just because, yeah. All right, there we go. And then what we do is, if not JSON data, that's good. And then we do data errors dot load JSON data. So what this does is it will get the data from our request or the post request, and it'll also get errors if there are any errors, and if there are any errors, then it will return the errors and then the 422 as the response. And dot filter by name, we don't need that right now, so we're gonna comment that out. And actually we can have that. Because what this will do is it'll actually try to see if we already have a user with that name. And if we do have a user with that name, the username, then it will basically return a... So this one will try to get a user from the database with that username, and if it's unable to get a user with that username, then that means that we don't already have an existing user with the same name. But if it is able to get a user, so if this user is not null, then it will return a error message that will say user already exists, and that's a 400. And otherwise we'll basically just create this user. So this is then what we want to do. User dot dump user dot data. Okay, let's what do we have? Username. Is that how they did it too? Let's just check. Okay. Name equals JSON data dot first. Okay, so we'll send a first name as well in this. Okay. Last name. So this is essentially where we actually create the user. First name. Okay. Email equals email, and then we have password, word equals word, password, that's not the right one, password. And what else do we have? We have first name, last name, username equals JSON data username. Okay. Next one is, what is the other ones? models.py, username, first name, last name, password, email address. Okay, change that to email. Okay, email, password, last name, first name, username, ID. Okay. We probably should create an API key as well, but we're gonna leave that for now. Okay, so there we go. So that is now done. First name equals first name equals JSON dot out first name. Okay. Invalid syntax. First name. No category. Okay. User. All right, so that should work. And then what we can do, ID. Okay, maybe we don't need the ID in the constructor. Is that how we solve that? Okay. All right, so now we can add some more stuff to the body here. We can add things like first name, cal, and then we can add last name, Halden. So then we have username, password, da da da. Okay, good. There we go. If we press send now, that should give us a new user to the database. Email, username, password. User has no object load. Okay. Load the door. Call init app first. All right, so that's the error. If not, da da da. The SQL automate extension was not registered to the current application. Please make sure to call init app first. Okay, maybe we need to do that. I'm not sure whether that is the error, but nope. Init app. Let's copy and paste that. Only when you start the other path is the if. Okay, so we need to add, I think I know what the problem is. Because up here they have this stuff. And I think, no, not that's migrate.py. In the run.py, up here, they have this thing, which I think app.py model. Okay, I think that's the problem. App is not defined. Okay, I think I realized what I'm doing. Register. I'm working in the wrong file. Typical. And just uncomment this, and that should solve our problem. All right, let's cross our fingers and hope that this now actually does something more interesting. Okay, class has no property name. Okay, models.py. Did I do something wrong here? First name, da da da. Oh, okay, first name, no, username, surname. So what I was doing is I was trying to filter, essentially look through all of the users that we have in our database and then see if their name was equal to the username that we added, but we don't have a variable called name in our user class, we don't have a variable called name, which means that it was trying to filter by something that we don't have in our user class. But what I was meant to do is type in username here, and this then should solve it. No, there's some other error. Okay. Column users.email does not exist. Okay. What I think I need to do is I need to redo all of this stuff with the migrate and that sort of stuff, because I created the database with, I think I had to change something. So we need to init, and then we need to migrate, and then we need to upgrade. Okay. Does this? Nope, it didn't help. Okay. So why did that not help? Username, first name, last name, password, email, da da da. Okay. We're gonna remove the API key for now, because we don't have it. Okay. Let's redo this whole thing again. Remove migrations.py. Okay, and then redo database init, database migrate, and database upgrade. And then in case this has something to do with it, we restart the server as well. Okay, nope. Okay, let's read this a little bit more carefully now. Programming error, so copy column users.email does not exist. Line 1, user last name, users.password as user password, users.email as users username, users.first name. Okay. Username. Select users.id as users ID. Okay. Not sure what that means. Select star from users. ID, username, first name, last name, password, email address. I don't think that's the problem, but I'm gonna just try to, since that's the only thing that's like different, we're gonna try to just change that everywhere so that hopefully that fixes it, in case that's the problem. Otherwise, all of the other ones look like they're the same. Okay, good. Now let's go here and we'll also change that here. Okay, send it. Global name email is not defined. I'm guessing that is here somewhere. Oh yeah. Where is the server now? Okay, lots of windows here on the screen. Okay, so I think that this, hopefully this works now. No, okay, it doesn't work. ID violates not null constraint. Failing row contains no cal Holden, no Holden. Okay, I think I know what the problem is now. I think we need to delete the table as well because we didn't do that before. So we need to delete users. Okay. Drop table users. I think that's what you do. Yeah. Okay, and then if we try to select star from users, there's no table named users. Okay, and now what we need to do is we need to run the database.init, database.migrate, and database.upgrade. Keep playing How I Met Your Mother in the background. And now, again, for the, I don't know, 5th time now, let's cross our fingers and hope that this works. Okay, it doesn't work. Okay, it actually gave us an error here. Revision identified by. Can't locate revision identified by. Okay. Okay. can't locate revision identified by. Okay, I think I know what the problem is, because we have, how do we list all of the tables? Oh yeah, I think this is what it does. It's DT, I think. Yeah. So we see you have this is what the error is. So right now when you run the migrations and all that stuff, you create another table here called Alembic version, and that's what we now need to delete, because we haven't deleted that, which means that our database is not empty. So when it's trying to like recreate a new one, then it's running into the problem of I just kind of read the chat a little bit. Then it's running into the problem of it already has something in it, so it's like we're not actually creating a completely new one. So we need to drop this as well. Drop table Alembic version, and that should then solve the problem. So we run migrate again, then we run upgrade. Okay, another comment here. Let's see. I'm just gonna read the chat now just to see what you guys are saying. Table says first name, not first name. Okay. So a spelling error yet again. First name. Okay, save that. I'm gonna remove all this, and before I run and create it again, I'm gonna just read the chat to see that that there's not something that I've missed. So we're gonna do drop table users, and then we're gonna drop table Alembic version as well. Okay, so that is done. Now I'm gonna read. Okay, my address is start. I think you're. Radio. Wow, da 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 da. Hey fella, what are you working on today? So today we're working on the productivity app that I've been working on YouTube as well. So we're hopefully going to finish that. Right now it's not looking great. It's been 3 hours out of 12. But I think we're making some progress, and I think this is like, as soon as we solve just kind of get this to work a little bit, it's going to make it a lot easier to make all of the other stuff work as well, because creating the tasks for the database and creating the projects for the database and all of those API calls is essentially going to be very similar to the first one. So hopefully the other ones will go pretty smoothly as soon as we just kind of have this first one created. Yeah, I agree. I recommend you go through some tutorial and try to understand it. Now I see you copy paste it. You should write everything yourself, trying to understand. Now let me try to change it. Start learning. You have two primary keys. That is not allowed. Primary key should be on the ID, I think. Set to auto increment. Yeah, so maybe we should do unique instead. Unique equals true. And primary key. This should auto increment. Yes, I agree. So, how do you do that though? Is that just the same thing? Just type it in, auto increment. What is this called again? SQL Alchemy. SQL Alchemy auto increment primary key. Primary key true. I think database will auto increment the primary key by default if it's ID. Okay. I think that it does that as well because I've used it before, so I think that's what it did. So it auto incremented the ID table or column automatically because it knows that it's a primary key. All right, so we will now hopefully have all of this working. We'll initialize the database again, and then we'll migrate, and lastly we will upgrade. Now it should work, hopefully. Nope, another error. ID violates not null constraints. Null. Auto increment equals true. I think we're gonna have to redo this. Go to the database and drop the tables again. Okay, and then reinitialize. Right. From users, relation users does not exist. All right, I'm not really sure why this is not working, because now all of a sudden it's like it's saying that users, that table does not exist. Oh, maybe it's because I added this. SQL all. Maybe if we remove the unique thing. Failing row, null cal Halden. Okay. Let's see. I'm just trying to like figure out how to solve the problem, and I think I may have solved the problem, or it was one of you guys that suggested ancestor09. Try to change your ID to integer, not string. This is something that I didn't really want to do. I think I kind of like I didn't really think of this, but of course it's like I can't auto increment something if it's not an integer, so or it's unlikely. I could have some sort of thing for a string as well, but this way it kind of just creates a user with the first user being number 1, second user being 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, etc. But I didn't really want the ID to just be an integer, because usually when you look at like for instance, if I go to my YouTube channel or something, then I will get something like this up here, which I believe is my user ID, and that's not just a number. So I think that using something like that would be a lot better, but then that could also probably be the API key. I'm not sure. No, it's probably not the API key, because that is an API key is probably something that you don't really want to show to everyone, because you want that to be very, very secret to the specific user. But right now this seems to be one way to do it, at least. That's gonna work. Yeah, so that actually does work now, but the problem, what was the error again? Oh yeah, now we have a user in the database. What we probably could do actually is get something like, yeah, so we could do a GET request instead. GET and send. List object has no attribute dump. Okay. Serialize. I don't think this works, but I'm just gonna try it. Okay. What we'll do is equals a empty list, and then what we'll do is for I in range use, oh wait, no. Users 0 dot dot len users. Okay, maybe it's another one. Okay, user list. We need to create a list of all the users, and what we need to do then is we need to actually get these users to JSON and then add them to that list. So user list dot append, and then we'll do users I dot serialize data, maybe. I don't think we need to do that actually. Okay. And then this should do user list. Okay. One less, I think that's the one. Okay. float has no attribute length. Okay, 0 and then comma len users. User has no attribute email. Okay. Let's check that out. Okay, there we go. So that is the user. What we need to do now, I'm just gonna, before we look at that, I'm gonna clean it up a bit. Data. Okay. Okay. Okay, anywho, we are getting all of the users. So, yeah. So here you go, that is the list of our users, but right now we only have one user, so therefore it only lists one user. Okay, that's why it does that. So we can remove this. Can do that, save it and run it. And now it'll only give us this, which is our response. So when we try to go to this API and we do a GET request, then we get back all of the users that exist in our database. So basically then if we add another user, let's call this blah blah, and then do a post instead, and we send that as new attribute data. Oh yeah. Okay, we can do that, and then we send it. This should, yeah. So that then when we now add this new user, we get this back, which is all of the data for our user. So the email address, the first name, ID, last name, password, username, all that stuff. So that means that it was a success and we actually added a new user to the database. What we can do now is we can go to our database, wherever we have it here. Can do that, and then we'll do select star from users, which will then get all of our users from the database. And as you can see right now, we have 3 users with 3 different IDs. We have Cal Holden, we have blah la la, and we have blood fla la la, however you would pronounce that. And they all have different email addresses. Now we could also start doing some of the logic behind it. So like checking whether that email address already exists, for instance. And also checking if checking if the username already exists, which we're doing here, and also checking if the email address already exists, which is essentially going to be the same exact code. So we can do that here. Email address equals email address, like so. So yeah, I think that should work. So now, for instance, if we try to add another user here with the same address as the first one that I added, which is halldenkalle@gmail.com, this should then give us an error, and it shouldn't add another user to the database. So if we send that, then we get this error back, which says user already exists. So that means that we're now checking whether halldenkalle already exists. And what we can do as well is we can check if cal halden, this user exists, because we already have a user with that username. So if we send that, then we should get the same response back, which says user already exists. What we should do is we should also add some more details to this message. So we should add something like, for this first one, since we're checking whether a user with the same username already exists, then we should say user with the same username already exists, because that is then a little bit more detailed. And then we can do the same thing here, message user with the same, or you could do email address already exists. And this could probably say something like username not available. Not available. All right, so this means that we've got that up and running, which means that we can actually now start to implement this within the app. So we can create the login screen, which is going to be the next step. I'm happy. My voice. I'm happy now that I didn't decide to actually do 24 hours, because 24 hours would have been a struggle to actually do. Okay, so the next thing that we're going to do, now that we have the API for registering a user working somewhat, we're going to refine this a little bit more. We're going to make it so that, for instance, the password should not get stored as just text, which it is right now. It should get stored, it should get like hashed or encrypted. We also need to add an API key and that sort of stuff. But for now, this is good enough to get added to GitHub. So we're going to add it. We're also going to add something to the git ignore file. So I'm just going to go ahead and go into the right directory and all that stuff and fix the git ignore file. To do app ls I just need to take a look because I had to add my password to the config file. So just so I don't actually add that to GitHub, which would be a little bit not good, then I'm just gonna add this here, config.py. Okay, and then we'll do git add, actually git status first. Let's move it back. Okay, what if I do git add dot now and then git status? Nope, config is still there. So git reset. You should refer all of your error messages to solution reset. All right, yeah, I should probably just reset the password for my database actually. I think that makes sense. Okay. Postgres reset password. Alright, that was the camera battery done. So we're gonna switch it for a new one. And then we'll see if we get the camera back. Download, Okay. All right. So I need to reset the password somehow. Let's see. Actually, I need to just put this battery on charge for the camera. So that when the current one dies, we're still gonna be able to run. All right. Add create role with password. It's a new role to Postgres database cluster. Does anyone know what type of user I should add? If I want to add another is it just admin, or is it a user, or is it, what should I add? Alright, so just a regular user then. Okay, user, create role, user, okay, with option. Okay, copying that, and then we're going to go to our database, wherever that is. Where have we put that? Here. Okay. Create role, development with user, okay, password, what would it be called? It will just be database 123. Oh shit. All right. Let's see if we do this. Development, password, database 123. Okay. Now let's add that to the config file. Development database 123. All right, let's see if that still works now. Permission denied for table users. Okay. All right. Actually, if you're creating a development user, just add super user, you can do anything. Okay. We'll do that then. super user. Alright, and let's see now if it will work. Development 1, save, and test it. It's not permitted to log in. You can make development a super user by granting all privileges. So this still doesn't have the permissions to do all the things. Okay. Create user David with password Set role, alter role, Okay, so for some reason that didn't really work. So we created a super user, which should be able to do anything as far as I can tell. But it still isn't able to do anything. Could be that we need to run it again. No, that's not the problem. Okay, I'm just gonna go ahead and create another one. But this time, instead of super user, it's gonna be an admin. Min 12. Oh. Okay, not working. Set a role or grant privileges. Use alter role to change attributes of a role. auto role. Okay, auto role and this one. Development. And we want that to be admin. Postgres super user versus admin. The thing is, a super user should have access to everything as far as I see it. And we created a super user, so it should have access to everything. Role development 1 is not permitted to log in. The way to do this, auto role with permission denied for table users. All right, so now it works. Oh, okay. That's good. Now we just need to add it to GitHub, which is what we were doing just before all of this happened. All right, git add dot git status. Okay, so it adds the config.py file anyway. Oh, add file to git ignore. Okay, so if we add that, then that should, according to that, remove all of the .py or the compiled files. Okay, but that doesn't do that at all. Let's see if we do this reset. Oh, okay, so I need to remove them before. Oh. Okay, let's read the chat. I think you should remove them first since you already committed them before. I'm not Cal, but the best introduction to programming is Harvard CS50, the first half of the C Python. I just suggest. Yeah, I definitely like the Harvard CS50 course as well for introduction to programming. So that's a good suggestion. From what I know, you gotta commit the gitignore file before it sees the changes. Okay. So if we do this, pyc, and then we also, yeah, and then we save it, and then we commit that, git add dot git ignore git commit fixed git ignore. Okay, so that didn't work. If you added the files you wanted ignore before adding them in the gitignore file, try removing them from the cache. Okay, how do you remove them from the cache then? Is that the command to run, or am I going to remove everything now? Or is this, does that just remove the cached ones? Files will still be there, okay. Okay, this looks like it may have worked. Let's try it again. Git status, git add dot git com status. Okay. It looks like this worked. All right, so git commit created add user API call or something like that. Git push. Git push. Okay. So that's okay, do you have to do dot as well? Well, it seems like it worked. Did it? We can check it out by going to github.com/cal and we can see if it actually worked. So to do app, latest commit, created user API call. Browse files. Okay, so that seems to have worked, which is good. Okay, now the next thing will be to start doing the actual the app part of it, which means that we need to figure out how to keep the user from actually being able to go into the app. So in case the user is not registered or is not logged in, then we should show a login screen and not the actual app. So that's something that I have done before, but not many times. Like I think I've just done it once, so I'm not sure how to do that actually. So we're gonna Google it. Okay, create login screen Flutter. Seems like our How I Met Your Mother has stopped, so let's put that back on. I'm not sure if you're actually getting the hackathon type feeling. It feels like I'm just here like running into bugs and stupid like tiny errors all the time. But that's what it looks like. This is the reality for me when I do these things. So this is very, very similar to what it looks like when I do my one-day builds. Sometimes, at least, maybe very few times, it's actually simple to do the one-day builds, because a few of the times I kind of know what I'm about to do, and I've done similar things a lot before, so I can kind of get it done really fast. But most of the time I just end up like running into small little errors and spending a lot of time trying to solve them, like this one that you just saw now, like how to add things to the gitignore file, and then how to like, yeah, you've just seen, if you've been watching this for a bit now, then you've seen all the different like random ass errors that are hard to predict when you're thinking about like creating a project. So yeah, I don't know where I was going with that. I was just sharing it. Okay, I'm still like amazed that it's like 107 people. It's been like almost, I think the average has been like 100 people watching this, which is pretty crazy in my opinion. So I really appreciate that you're watching it and that you're spending some time with me so that I don't feel as alone as I would otherwise. Okay, creating an awesome login screen. I don't like that they have a emoji in the title, so I'm not going to pick that one. Maybe I'll have to go with that one anyway. Like that small thing that they have just an emoji in the title, that makes me like not want to press that that article. But it seems like that might be the one to actually press, because I like Medium, that blog thing, because they usually do really good things. So I'm trying now to just see where, like all of this is just UI. They don't really, as far as I can see, they're not using anything. Well, okay. What I'm looking for now is how to actually do the thing of like restricting access to the user. Okay, that turned, oh. And that is one thing that I'm not sure how to do. Like building the UI for this is gonna be super simple. It's not gonna be anything super exciting, but the actual part of having a screen that you can't really, that you need to go through to actually access the app, that is the part that I kind of want to see. This feels like they're just creating a login screen. Okay, we're gonna go with this one just to see what it is. Clip path. Computer graphics clipping a method is selectively enable or disable rendering operations within a defined region of interest. A clicking area is applied. No. As developers, we use clipping to create also looking customer. Wavy header. Okay, so it feels like this is a lot about like how they did that design, which is not super interesting for me. Path get clip. Nope. Okay, we're gonna try Googling something else actually. Oh yeah, sorry, I saw the comment about what theme I'm using for the Visual Studio Code. The theme I'm using is something that I got from Sublime Text, because they have a theme here called Mariana or something, I think. Color scheme. Yeah, Mariana is the one that I use. So if you go to Visual Studio Code and you search for extensions here, and then you search for Mariana Pro, that is my that is the extension that I use to get that theme. So I'm essentially using the same theme here as I'm using in Sublime Text. Yeah, so that's the theme that I'm using. All right, let's Google create login screen functionality, Flutter maybe. Login flow in Flutter. Okay. Create a test user in Firebase. My app override primary source okay. Okay, we're gonna copy that to save some time. We're gonna go into our actual app now. And we are going to see here where we can add it. Okay, in tray, new folder. Call this login. New file, login screen.dart. Paste that here, save it. Okay, yep. So then main.dart, instead of that running our that could then instead run our login screen here. Oh. Login page, okay. So now if we run this, then I think we should get whatever that screen is that they've created, which we're of course going to change. Okay, I'm gonna have to drink. I've got all of this like candy and stuff, like the Pringles can that I showed you at the start. I'm not sure how I'm actually gonna eat this because I feel like, as far as my experience goes at least, it's like 50% of people hate hearing chewing of any kind. So me sitting here like eating chips or chocolate and just like smacking on that, it's not gonna, I don't think it's gonna go too well with most people. So I might have to just take like a snack break or something, where we mute the mic and I just stuff my face with Pringles and chocolate. I'm not super hungry right now, so it's gonna be fine for another couple hours, but soon I'm gonna probably have to eat something. Also just to kind of help my brain work a little bit better. Because right now I feel the fact that I've been sitting here for 4 hours. Yeah, is it 4 hours? I think it is. I'm from Sweden, so I'm in Sweden right now. Okay, are we running this now? Okay, so this is our super beautiful login screen that we've got. We're gonna also actually remove the that flag I think it's here. Debug show false. Okay, so now that should not show anymore. Okay, let's keep looking at the tutorial. I don't really care about how they design it. That's not super important right now. All of this is just UI, getting text. Now the fields set are updated. Replace the code raise button on pressed. Form key.current state form.save. Save the fields. Validate will return true if is valid, or false if it's invalid. Oh, okay, that's pretty good. It seems like they seems like Flutter might already have something where you can check whether an email address is like, whether it exists or whether it's a real email address. Maybe, yeah, seems like it. Unless they create that class themselves, which I don't see that they actually do. Yeah, okay, that's pretty neat, because that means we can check whether the email address is correct, or maybe that's all that it does, I don't know. Anyway, next, we'll see, create homepage widget. Okay, so when we have a homepage, all right, homepage, home. One, change the home prop. Open main.dart, add the following import statement. Change the homepage title, Creating a template for authentication service. Here we will build the authentication. Validate that everything works. In the service, we already. all service change notifier. Future get user return future dot value. We will keep a local property called service current user, which is the object user. Determining user state on application launch. The first challenge when working with the application is determine which page to open. Okay, so this seems to be that we're getting to the right place now. Change using the provider auth service, child my app, builder build context, return auth service. My app widget. Okay. Home future builder, future provider of get user. If snapshot of connect state done, return snapshot that has data home page, login page. Okay. So it seems like we need to create this authentication service thing. First name, last name, password, email password, Okay. We're gonna copy it and we're gonna paste it into our models, classes, new folder, authentication. Gonna call that authorize.dart. Okay. The value current user. I'm not sure whether some of these things might be things that are related to Firebase, because Firebase has really quite good integration with Flutter. So that means that some of the classes that already exist within Flutter are actually related to Firebase. So it might be some of these things like notify listeners. Not sure, but that could be something that is related to Firebase. But I'm not sure. Okay, future create user string, first name, last name, email, password. I think that's all that we have as well, so that's pretty good. Login user, if password matches, string, email, password, if password is equal to so I'm just like thinking about what we actually need to do here. I think that maybe we need to because somewhere here we're gonna have to do the post request to the database and then see whether the user actually exists already. This is just for like creating user. And if, okay, wait, is this create user? Okay. Wrapping Firebase calls. Okay, I'm gonna have to read through this a little bit more. Okay, so that was just part one. We're gonna see if we can find another one. So there's so many like articles just showing how to make a login screen. Login app sounds like what we want, but that doesn't really. Okay, so what if we do it in a different way, where we try to think of like, how would this be done? Not by like Googling how to do it, but like, how would I do this if I was trying to do this from scratch? Or if no one else, if I couldn't Google, how would I do this? Okay, so one way that could work is, which is, I think I'm like halfway just taking this from what we already did, or what that thing already did, what that tutorial already did. And that is essentially, I think, if we have a future builder, and then we call something where we try to log in. So let's say that we have, I just need to Google to see how we do the login stuff. Login, no wait, future build, Flutter. Okay. And what is that command to, if anyone knows the command to do like the auto reformatting thing, please let me know, because I don't remember what that is. Actually, let's Google it, because otherwise I keep spending so much time just like trying to get everything to look good. Auto format Visual Studio. Okay. Okay, so I'm trying these commands, but Control D. Okay, I don't care. Oh, it has been fixed. Okay. Anyway, so what this will then do is essentially this thing here will be a method that we're going to call, and that is then going to be our yeah, this is where I'm not really sure as well. If it's going to be either, yeah, first it's going to have to be a GET request, I think, because we're going to have to see if the user already has. Okay, so let's see what we actually need to check first. So some of the things that we need to check is we need to check if there already is a API key saved. And if there is an API key saved, then that means that we can use that API key to actually get the data for the user. And that means that the user is already registered and it's already logged in as well. So, or wait, yeah. So if there's an API key, then that means that we can access all the stuff for the user. But then we also need to check if the user is already logged in. And if the user is logged in, then we can use the API key to get all the stuff for the user. But if the user is not logged in, then we shouldn't use the API key, or I'm not sure if maybe the API key shouldn't be saved. So I'm not sure. Like, if you log out, maybe the API key should get removed from the local storage on your device. So that, yeah, because otherwise you'd have to keep several API keys on your device. If you log out and then someone else logs in, then you'd have another API key, and then you wouldn't know which one to actually use. So I guess the API key will get stored on the device, but if you log out, then we'll delete it from the device, and then when you log back in, you'll get a new one or the same one back. Okay. But since we haven't created any way of actually getting an API key yet, that means that we don't really have this option, but this is just something that is good to write down so that we know that this is something that we're going to have to use in the future. So we need to check if the user is already logged in. If logged in, then show app. If not logged in, show login / sign up. Okay. So the absolute first thing that we need to do is we need to check whether the user is already logged in. Okay. So let's see what they do here. Okay, so we should probably, oh, let me think. The first thing, is that going to be to actually try to get the user? It feels like we almost need the API key to make this work in the right way. Okay, maybe we'll try to actually figure out how to make an API key first. Key, Python. For a very secure way of generating a random number, you should use urrandom. This will produce bytes if you need a string. Okay. So if we go into register, then we just do copy paste. This then should be our key. And since right now this is not the final one, well, I do want to, what I was going to say is, since this is not the final way that we're going to do it, it's fine if we just get some sort of API key. That could be just anything. It could just be a one letter, essentially, for now, since we're just trying to get this demonstrated in a sense. But I feel like it makes sense to just put some effort in straight away to make it actually work in the right way. Okay. From start, okay. Self length. Okay, and then we'll have something here called API key equals self dot generate key. It should always be the same length, so we're not gonna have that. Not sure how long an API key is supposed to be, but we're gonna go with 20, I think. And Yeah. So I think that is what we need. But we also need to check whether that API key matches anything else. It shouldn't really be, it should be very unlikely that that'll match anything, but we probably need to actually check that before we do anything. So we're gonna do the same thing up here, like so, and then we're gonna do if user API key already exists. I don't know. User and then API key. API key. Okay, wait. Is equal to API key. Right, then we'll do API key equals API key. Okay, so that then should give us an API key for now. What do we need to do now? Now we need to remove all of that stuff that we did before as well. So we need to remove the migrations folder, move to trash. Then we need to go into the table. We need to drop users, table users, drop table alembic version. Oh yeah, drop table alembic version, like so. Oh, misspelling everything. Version. All right, there we go. That's done. Now we just need to okay, so first name does not. Okay, wait. We also need to actually add this to our models.py. API key self.API key equals API key, and then API key equals database dot column database dot string unique equals, we don't need that. API key self.API key. Okay, now we'll see kind of what we've got. So what we can do right now, because what we're doing now is, I don't think, the best practice, and that is that we're just saving this API key as it is. What we should do is we should like hash it and then store it as a hashed value, so that then it's a little bit safer to actually store it in the database. I'm not sure exactly if just hashing is the way that you do it, but I think there's several different methods to actually do this. But right now, since this is actually not a live app yet, this doesn't really matter. So we're just going to store it as a regular, or as it is essentially. Okay, so there's some sort of issue. First name, okay, comma. Self.first name. Models.py. Okay. We might have to just fix this. Okay. Comma. Okay, so that works. Now we also need to create the database again. Database.init, database.migrate, and then upgrade. Okay, then we'll test it again to see that this actually did work. Oh yeah, we need to do a post request. Okay, so then we get an API key here. I think the length of that is actually a little bit short. So we're probably gonna have it be even longer actually. So we're gonna make it be 50 instead. And then we're gonna remove that guy from the user table. So we're gonna go, how do we remove a user? Delete, what was the name again? Delete, okay, wait. Don't remember how to do, you forgot database.string. Okay. Let's actually just drop it. Okay, and rebuild the whole thing. Okay, so now it should all be in the right way, I think. Okay, so there we go. We have a long API key, which is good. So now what we can do in the app is we can actually, well, actually, let's add this to GitHub as well, so that we have it. Okay, status git add dot git added API key. All right. So now we have an API key. which means that we can check if there already is an API key saved. So here, essentially, we can then check that. Yeah. So this needs to be some sort of method here. Get user. And then we create that method. Future. The argument takes all right. So what we'll do then is we'll try to see if we actually have a user, and if we don't have a user, then so if no API key, then show login screen. If API key, then check if user is logged in. No, that doesn't need to happen actually. So it just needs to essentially check if there is an API key. Probably that should be another future. Check a get API key. And this will then do a get method to our API and try to get, no wait, no, that's not what it should do. It should try to find the API key that should be stored locally on the device. Also, if anyone knows anything better than me on like how to store the API key in the right way, then feel free to just leave that in the chat so that I can read it, because I'm not sure whether this is the way to do it, but I think the way to do it is to store the API key locally on the device. So that's the method that I'm going to use. So we need to find out kind of how to store things on the device. How to store JSON on device Flutter. If you want to save data in persistence way, .code will be able to. So I suggest you use a SQLite plugin like that. Otherwise, you only need to save a bunch of data using the shared preferences plugin. Providing persistent store for simple data. Data is persistent to disks. Neither platform can guarantee that writes will be persistent to disk after returning, and this plugin must not critical data. Shared preference Flutter. Install. Okay, so it seems like this is the way to do it. Shared preferences. Sorry, what kind of data is being persisted? Okay, and then we go here, and then we just add that here somewhere. Save. Okay, so that is now in there. What we need to do then is in here we're gonna have to try to get that stuff, do we? Okay, raise button, on press increment counter, async, shared preferences, prefs await. You can populate shared preferences within in your tests by running this code. And what do we call this one? Save API. API key, let's say. Alright, so someone sent in the chat an example of how to store this stuff. I think if you're going to store a large amount of data local storage, you can use SQLite library. If you need to store just simple values like API token or login data, not passwords, here is what I used. Import shared preferences. Okay, shared preferences. Async func shared preferences. Await get instance prefs.set string API token string token equal prefs.get string API token. Okay. to handle futures easier. Okay, if API key, okay, I think if we do this string API key, try API token and catch exception. And in that case, we need to create the API key. Wait a second. Save API key. Get API key. Okay, so get API key. String return API key. All right, let me think. The return type string isn't a string by default. What? The return type string isn't a string. string defined by the method API key. Return of invalid type. Okay, I'm not sure what that means. Anyway, okay. Return the API key. So what we need to do in here is we need to actually get or like create the API key, or like if the API key is null, oh, let me think. String get API key. So we're getting an API key here. And if the API key is the length is equal to 0, like this, if we don't already have an API key saved, then the API key that will return is going to be this, which is just an empty string, or it doesn't contain anything. Okay, maybe you need to do future. Is that what you meant? Okay. So thank you VJB for that. So maybe that is what solved it. I'm not sure, or that will solve it. I don't know. Okay, so we're getting the API key, but this is essentially then. Okay, we already have a get API key. That might be the one. So get API key. So when we get the user, we first need to check if there is an API key. So we're going to get the API key here. We're going to do string API key equals await get API key. If API key dot length is less than 0, less than or equal to 0, let's say, then what we need to do, that then means that we didn't actually get an API key, and that means that we need to actually log in the user user is not logged in. Okay, so if this is less than 0, then the user is not logged in. So then essentially what we need to do here is log in the user. And after we've logged in the user, yeah, okay, so that's what we need to do. Otherwise, else, the user is logged in, so we should just go straight to the home screen, essentially. So we'll do a get request here, get request. Okay, so let's look up how to do a get request, because what we can do to kind of test this is, instead of actually doing this properly, we could just do I'm trying to think of like the best way to do this that would make the most amount of sense. What I was thinking is that what we could do is we could just copy the API key from here, because we know that this is going to be the API key. So we could just copy that and use that here to get all the data for the user. But I think that this is probably not the best way to do it. I'm not sure whether that is like a good way to do it, because then, yes, we're able to show the user and all that stuff, but that's probably not the most difficult part. The most difficult part is actually going to be to do the login part of the user. It's actually logging him or her in. So get API key log in the user, get user. All right, let's see actually. Okay, so we're gonna have to install the HTTP package. Because what I think we're gonna start with is just to get all of the users, to just display them, just so that we can get something from the database. We're going to remove all of this, I think. Okay, and then we're gonna do this one here, await. So what they do is they do this. Result, and then we return the result. So then we can delete that. HTTP, import that package. Okay. Import HTTP. Okay. So now we're doing, as you can see, when you use that package HTTP, you can do a GET request, you can do a POST request, you can do all sorts of requests from this package. And we're gonna just plug in the our local host here. So where do we have it? Here we go. HTTP 500, and that's the one. So now we paste that in here. API, and then register. That should then give us all of the users from the database. And what we can do is we can print the result. Result, I think. And yeah, let's try to run this just to see what happens. run it. So instance of response is what we got printed. Data. Okay, let's have a look at and see what they did here. No. Okay. Now we paste that here. All right, let's see. Snapshot. And then we'll do project.snap.hasData. Project model, okay. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna do this, and we are going to make this list be as long, or wait. Print result dot snap, no. Class response has no instance getter length. Okay. Result.body. Okay. Alright, so that seemed to get all the stuff that we wanted. We do have an error, but that is because we're not the stuff that we're getting is not or the stuff that we're trying to build in the future builder is not really what we should be trying to build. Okay, let's see. But I saw all the data for the email, but where was that? Okay, strange. Because I saw when if I rerun this, then I see for like a second, for like a second here, I see the email and that. Like here it was. Okay, so it means that it's in the middle somewhere. Here we go. So here is where we actually print that stuff. So we do print all of the stuff within what we get back, which is good. So we get the username, calhold and all that stuff. So that is all the users that we get back from the database. So now we're actually able to access something from the database, which is good. Now we need to probably... Okay, so to log in a user, we need to send username, password, and email address. So, sure. And to do this in the best way, we probably should have another folder. Block. I think we're going to use block pattern for all of these requests, all the stuff that we're going to do here. And I'm not really sure how to do that in the best way either. Block in Flutter. So let's take a look. Enter the block pattern. Plus sinks and streams, both of which are provided by stream controller. Streams. So we need to just find a good article that kind of shows how to use block pattern in the right way or like the architecture of the block pattern. Flutter, create my project name. Okay, blocks, models, resources, blocks. Okay, so those are the folders that we're going to need. New folder, blocks, and another folder called resources. Resources. Okay. One last thing, we need RxStart as a third-party library. Why do we need RxStart though? sync your project or type below in command line packages.get. Put your API key in the above link, remove double JSON response. Okay, so item model, models, item model.dart. Okay, so in models we'll create a new classes and we'll create a new file called user.dart. Okay, so and what this will have is a string user name, string last name, string first name, string email, string and also password. API key, string ID, username, last name, first name, email, password, API key, user. We'll create the constructor here. So this dot username, this dot last name, this dot first name, okay. So there we go, we've created our model from JSON. Okay, we'll need to create the from JSON as well. No. Okay. Parsed JSON, and then username, parsed JSON, last name, parsed JSON, email address. I think I misspelled that when I did. Yeah, so we're essentially just getting all of these fields here and we're adding them here so that we this is basically we're getting the user from JSON, or turning the user from JSON into an actual object here in Flutter. So parse JSON what was this? First name. Parsed JSON email. No, wait, we've done that. Password. Parse. Parse JSON API key. Okay. So there we go. That is that done. So now we get the user from JSON. We can probably just do return here instead. Return. Okay, no. Okay, so there we go, we have that. Now the next thing, I hope you can map this file with JSON response. Now it's time to work on the network implementation. Movie API provider.dart. Okay, so then within resources, we'll create a new file and then we'll call that API. Maybe we'll call that register. We'll just call that API for now, .dart. We'll paste that they told us to import. User.dart. Models, classes, user.dart. Okay, let's do this. Right, so there we go, we have that, and now we'll see what they create. They do this. So movie API provider, we're just gonna call that API provider. client equals client, final API key, your API key. This is not necessary. User fetch user. Final response client, and we'll change this for our URL that we have in main.dart. Okay, I just need to use the bathroom right now because I've been drinking way too much water right now. So I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Okay, user dot from JSON dot decode response dot body failed to load post. Okay. I feel like there's some basic knowledge that I'm just like missing a little bit to because there's like something that I feel like it's not like quite clicking when I'm trying to figure out how to actually do this. Because right now this is pretty good, like I understand what this will do and how we'll use that, but we need to first check if the user, well, yeah, we need to, the absolute first thing is to check whether the user is already signed in and already has an API key, which is not what we're doing right now because that will be done just here locally on the app. So what are we actually, I need to figure out like what do I want this to actually do. This should register user, I think. Yeah. And this will be a post request. Post, because we want to actually register this user. Okay. How do we add a body to the post request? class repository. Okay, next we're going to create a file inside the resources called repository.dart. Okay, so we'll create a new file, repository.dart. The thing with most of these things is just like you just need to create it once, and then once you've created the first thing, then all of the other things will be exactly the same. So it won't be super difficult to kind of continue. And that's why this right now, I've been sitting here for 6 hours almost. And all of this is just kind of the startup time. So getting all of this to actually work. We don't need to import movie API provider. We need to do API.dart, right? Yep. Oh. API provider. Register user. Need to import the right thing. So port package to do All right, so there we go. We have the user now. So essentially then what's, oh well, let's keep reading this to actually make sure that we're saying the right things. We are importing the movie API provider. Yeah, okay, so that then registers user. This should then also take something because we need to register user, because what we're going to provide to this thing is going to be the name. So name, well, username, also probably first name, last name, and password and email. Okay, and same thing here. So this thing will take a username, string first name, string last name, string password, string email, string. Oh, was there anything else? Username, last name, password, email, first name. Okay. Register user, okay. API, and this then takes string username, first name, string last name, string password, string email. Okay. So that means that that now works. Okay, so then now when we call the method register user, then we can add the username, first name, last name, password, email address, all that stuff. And then we will then go here. And what we need to do here is we need to add something to the body of this this request. So dot body, no, okay. So we'll see if they show some way of like adding the body. 10. Now comes a little complicated part, implementing the block logic. Let's create a file inside blocks package, moves blocks.dart. Okay, let's create that file. Blocks, new file, user block provider. Oh, rename. It should be called .dart. Oh, everything's so big that it's like difficult to actually use. Okay, rename. .dart. Okay, and then we paste all of this stuff. And again, we need to do packages. Okay. We need to install that package, rxdart. Install, copy this. I'm still like super surprised by how many people are actually watching this. As I'm sitting here and doing it, it feels like it must be super boring because I'm like so slow at everything. And it also feels like I'm running into errors constantly. But so it's really cool to see that there's actually that many people watching. I don't know how many people are dropping off and like switching out, but it's still like averaging probably at like 100 people watching at a time, which is pretty cool. Anyway, main rxstart. Okay, we've got that. Block. Okay, change this to user. 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 And then this should be register user. Fetch. Publish subject user repository. So I'm trying to figure out what to name this. They call it movies fetcher. And we are really registering a user. So what do we call it? User equals user await. Movies fetcher user. Okay, and this takes a string. So this then also needs to take the username, I guess, and the first name, string, last name, string, password, and also the email. And then we just add that here. So username, first name, last name, password, and email. Okay, so that is working. Get all movies, we'll call that. Register user block. Now maybe we call it user block instead. Block. Okay. How come? Okay. User block. All right, so there we go. Now we need to make sure that we know how to actually add the body to the whatever that's called. Let's see, I think it looks like my TV turned off. I need to have How I Met Your Mother on, so I'm gonna turn that back on. I think it's more for the feeling of just knowing that I have something on in the background. Like I don't hear any of it. So it's just like, it's essentially just on without me actually hearing anything. Okay. Yeah, so we need to figure out how to add a body to the HTML or the HTTP request. Okay, Flutter add body to post. More body, HTTP post. URL, headers, body, okay. So that's good. Apparently we do this. Headers. That's just going to be nothing for now. And then body is going to be okay, so how do we do the body part? JSON encode. Okay, since all of this is string, I think it's going to be pretty simple. I think we just need to do this. Username. Actually, let's copy this stuff and paste that to save some time, and also to make sure that we're actually adding the right, like spelling it exactly the same way, because at this point that is important. Headers, HTTP post given headers URL, the body request. Okay, we don't actually have any headers right now, so we don't need to add any. Okay, and then what we're gonna do is username and username, so that should be email. Password should be password. And first name. And then the last name should be the last name. Okay, great. Okay, there we go. Yeah. So that is how we add a body to a post request, I guess. Now we need to actually implement this into the app, which I think they will do here at some point. Start, publish. Okay. Now the last section. Create a new file inside the UI page, name it as movielist.dart, copy paste the code below. Okay. Block.fetch all movies. Okay. So I guess then that we just need to essentially do the same thing. First of all, we need to import this item model.dart. Okay, so we need to import user, import user, package, and then to do app slash models slash classes slash user.dart. Okay. We also need to import package to do app, and then block slash blocks, and then user block dot dart. Let's see if they okay. And then just do block dot fetch all movies. We're not going to do fetch all movies because that's not what we're actually trying to do. I think that if we create my home page here, we're going to switch this one out, the future builder. Ooh. For now, we're going to switch it out. So we're going to comment that out, and then we're going to change it to home, my home page. Nope. My home page. Okay. And then we're gonna run it. Okay, so it is running right now. There we go. Okay. So then in the build method, they did block dot. Is that what they did? blocks user.block. Block equal user block and the user. Okay, so this should then be get user. Okay. Get the user. Okay. Remove parentheses. Okay. Fetch all movies. Okay. Okay, body is stream builder here instead. So we're going to use that as well. I'm kind of a little bit wondering why, because here we do that get user, and we're not using any parentheses on that, but they use the parentheses here and we don't need it, and it's like all movies. Okay, fetch all movies. Okay, register user is what we should do. Register user. Cal H, and then we have first name Cal, last name Cal, password 1233, and email address is cal@cal.com. Okay. So then if we run this now, if this works the way that it should, which I think it will, because it seems, I don't see anything really that should go wrong, but we'll run it. And what it should do is it should add another user to our database called calh. So let's run that. Unhandled example failed to load post API provider register user. Okay. Post this, I think that's the one that we did now. We'll check in our database to see if we actually have this user added or not. Oh. From okay, we have not yet, this was not able to add this, and it looks like message failed to decode JSON object. No JSON object could be decoded. All right, let's see. Is that because it might be that we're trying to decode it in here. trying to see now what went wrong. The getter length was called on null. Alright, I'm trying to just figure out like where this error would come from. Future builder state dynamic. No such method error, future builder dirty. So we're gonna print out hello just to see if we even get here, which I think we should, because I feel like this is where an error would occur. Otherwise there's something that I've just like typed in wrong. Hello did get printed, so that seems good. So that means that it's something about our failed to decode, no JSON object could be decoded. Okay, so it's probably due to the body here, I would assume. So the question then is, how do we create a JSON model type thing for actually sending this? Well, let's see. headers, content type, application, body. Okay, we can do JSON encode. Okay, so that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do JSON encode. JSON encode. And then we're gonna paste that in there. Hopefully this does it. Does the trick. Okay, we'll see. What is the error now? Okay, Flutter data. Okay, we get something back. That's good. Success. So we've registered a user now, which is good. Yes. Okay. So now we're actually able to register a user, which is good. Next thing is to, okay, so it's unable to load the user, which is because we're not, okay, let's take a look actually. Data, okay. JSON dot body, and then we'll go data. String can be assigned int dot okay. Data. I'm just thinking about like what we're getting back here. We're getting back this object, but we want to get into here. And I think that the problem right now is that we're getting this thing. So we want to get into that, and so we have this response.body. What if we do response dot data, no body. Parse JSON in the background. Okay. Fetching and parsing JSON data. Here we go. Response JSON.decode body as list. post of from JSON body. I feel like it should be something like that, but I don't. It doesn't seem like it. User.fromJSON, JSON.decode response body. Okay, let's take a look again at what we actually get back. Okay. Parse body Flutter. Yeah, I tried the response.data, but it seems like that's not working. There's no attribute called data on the response.body. So if you do data, then that will give us an error if we run that. Try correcting the name to name an existing getter or defining a getter or field named data. So it seems like that's not working. Maybe dot. Jumping on the flow. Because everyone seems to just use this, which is like, and this is also like the typical thing when you're Googling and trying to figure out an error or a problem, is that usually your problem is more difficult than the answers that they give in all these tutorials. Like, I'm betting that like 9 out of 10 articles is going to have this as the answer to the question that I'm asking. And not that many people are actually going to go into this much detail, because this is like a little bit more advanced. So therefore it's like there's not as many people actually looking for it. So let's see what they do. No. Okay, this one looks like they actually have the same one. Map parsed JSON .decode. Okay. Okay, so let's try this. Let's make our map into final map. Okay, that didn't work. Okay, and then what we do is we call this final map response, oh no, result equals this. And then if we print result data, and then we do the same thing here. Okay, I think maybe this works, but we need to change this so that it's a different user. Okay, save that and then run it again. Maybe it'll work. Okay, seems like it did not work. No, has no header, getter, body, okay. API. Change. All right, let's add that again. Okay. Does it work? Ah, oh, come on. We at least get this, which means that we're getting the right thing back, which is good. Now what we need to do is we need to, yeah, because now we're actually getting the right part of it back, which is what we want. Now we probably want to just make that into a map as well, unless it's already a map. Let's see. Result. Okay. Oh. And then do result as map. Okay. So we're just like signing up tons of different people with the name almost Cal, and we're gonna test it again. Okay, it's not working. Unhandled exception, failed to load post, API provider registered user. Failed to load post. Okay, so it seems like maybe okay, we're returning it to a 1 when this works. So that could be the problem. So if it's 201, then it was successful. Okay. Then what we need to do is we need to change this again so that we're actually adding a new user. I need to change this every time because otherwise we'll be trying to add a user with the same username, which shouldn't work, so that therefore it won't work. And this did not work as well. Okay, why did this not work? Okay, unhandled exception, type int is not of subtype string. Okay, I think this is something that I know why we're getting that issue. I think that has to do with the fact that here we're setting ID to be string, which should be an int, and API key, that might also be an issue because I think the API key, we're not actually turning that into a string in the database, but it might be a string, so I'm not sure. Anyway, we're going to create another user with another letter in the email and all that stuff, and then we're going to run it. Yes. All right, so now we're actually, that worked and there's no errors, as you can see. We're just printing essentially the body of the response that we're getting from the API. So that's good. We're now able to register a user by using this method here. Now what we need to do is we could create just a login screen for this. So let's see where we're at, kind of. Okay. To do app. Okay, so one of the first things we need to do is we need to get the API key to see if there is an API key. And if there isn't an API key, then we should show the login screen. But let's create the login screen just for now. We actually have the login screen. But let's create it the way that it actually should look. We don't want an app bar. Text. Okay, we'll create a column like so. Actually, let's go here and call that login page. Run the app. See what that looks like. So there we go, we just have a blank white screen. This is where we're going to build out the login screen or the login page. Okay, so what do we need for it? We need a text field for the username. We also need a text field for the email address. And wait, you know what? Let's take a look at some other app just to see kind of what they look like. Login Pinterest is what we want. Pinterest.com. Login screen. So this is just kind of to get the standard of what is usually used for a login screen. So there we go. This email password is usually what people use now, apparently. Okay. What does it look like when you sign up for Instagram? Sign up Instagram. Images. Okay, so here we go. Email, full name, username, password. Sign up. Okay, so that's what we're going to use. We're going to use email, full name, username, password. Yeah. Okay. So we're just going to create something very, very simple. And that's going to be a text that's going to say, oh wait, we're just going to have 4 text fields. So text field. Oh yeah, children, text field. All right. And what this will have is child, no, hint text will be text. Okay, maybe that's just going to be this. Hint text is going to be email for this one. And then we're going to do that for all of them. For, we're going to go username, password. Name, password. All right, and then we're going to create some controllers for this so that we can actually so that we can get the text from the text fields. Text editing controller, email controller equals new text editing controller. All right, and then we'll copy paste this 4 times. And this is then for the username. This is for the first name. And this is for the password. Okay, then we'll just add them here. Controller, email controller. And same thing here. Controller, what was it? Username. Controller, first name controller. Password. Okay, here we go. So we have all of this stuff. Now if we run it, I'm not sure what it's gonna look like, but we can run it. Oh, there we go. Email, username, first name, password. That is as basic as it's ever gonna get, I think. But we're gonna wrap this in a container just to kind of make it look a little bit better. Wrap with container. like so. And what we're going to do is we're going to do margin edge insets dot all, and then we're gonna go with 20. Right, so then we have some sort of edge insets there for that. We also want a button that says sign up. So text field, flat button, child text, sign up, for God's sake. And then on pressed, we need that as well. So we're gonna have that. And that should then register user. So that should, if we then import the block stuff. Okay, wait. Ooh, where are we? Block. And then dot register user. And then what we can do is we can do username controller dot text, and that is then how we get the username from that text controller. Then we do the same thing here. First name controller dot text. Last name is something we're not going to use right now, so we're just going to leave that blank, because that's something that you can then add in the afterwards. It's not super important. It's not really even important to have it here. We're gonna have password dot text, and then lastly email dot controller dot text. All right, so that should then actually register our user for us. Let's run that. Sign up, for God's sake. Okay. Colors dot red. How come? Okay. Colors dot red. Okay, that's why. Which command do you use to restart the Flutter project? I just use, depends on kind of what I need to do. If it's something like, sometimes, most of the time I just use R, just nothing else. I just type in R and it will reload. But sometimes if you've edited something, sometimes it doesn't show up straight away. I'm not exactly sure on when that is, but sometimes that happens so it doesn't show up. And in that case, you have to restart the entire project, and then you do capital R, and that will then restart the project completely. All right, I'm pretty bad at reading the chat, so sorry about that. Oh, we got a subscriber actually, Blackstones974. Thank you for that. I really appreciate it. Converted from a Twitch Prime sub to a tier 1 sub. I'm not really sure what that means, but thank you anyway. Let's keep looking. You've been active too in the chat. I appreciate that. I need to be checking the chat a lot more. I feel like I'm just missing way too many things. All right, let's get back into it. Okay. So now we're doing this, but what we also want to do is before we actually do all of this, we need to actually check that the user has entered something into it, because otherwise, as soon as we press sign up for God's sake, we will sign up a user with no username, no last name, no password, no email. So we need to just check that first to make sure that they actually have put something in. So we're just going to add an if-else statement here. If and then we'll do that. If username controller.text does not equal null. You probably need to add some other things like that. Like for instance, right now, if you just do this, then I think you can just type in like spaces and it will still say that the username is not null. So you can sign up with a name that's just spaces, which doesn't really make any sense. So that's something that needs to be added as well. But for now, we're just going to do that. And then we're going to do or password controller.text does not equal null. Or email, we want them to actually have email, does not equal null. Okay. What we want to do also is, in case they don't put anything in the first name, we want to do question mark null. I think this will then make it so that if there's nothing typed in, then it'll be default to this. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, so now we can test this by running it again and just typing something in to the controllers and then trying to register a user. So we'll do cal at caltech.com and call it cal is here. First name is Cal, password is 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. Okay, and now comes the moment of truth, which is if sign up is actually going to work. So it looks like it works. It created an API key, it created the password. Let's go to our database and do select. Okay, we have a lot of users here, but last here, if you can see that, we have Cal is here. So we actually have signed up a user via the app, which is pretty good. I'm pretty happy with that, to be honest. So we managed to get that to work after a lot of effort, I would say. Now it's been 7 hours on this stream and I haven't eaten yet, but I'm feeling pretty like energized about this. So I'm happy to actually continue for a bit. I'm probably going to take a break soon though. I feel like I'll have a hard time actually stopping at 12 hours because it's kind of getting to the point now where we've got some of the base stuff working, which means that to get some of the other stuff working, like I've said several times before, we're pretty much just going to have to do exactly the same thing that we've done, but for the other things as well. So that means that in order to be able to add the list of tasks, for instance, and get that from the database and show that to the user in the app, and also to be able to add stuff in the app that then gets added to the database. That is essentially going to be exactly what we've done so far. So to be able to add all the rest of the stuff should really not be too difficult, other than the fact that we're just going to have to type it all out. So this is really why I think I will be like struggling to just stop. All right. Now the next thing, we have our very basic sign up page here. Doesn't look that great. Something that we'll do, I think the first thing that we'll do now is actually making this, as soon as you have signed up, it should move into the app. And that is the thing that we're going to do now, because after that, and yeah, so that's the next thing is going to be to, after we've pressed sign up, then, and the user is actually signed up and there's no errors and all that stuff, then we'll move into the app. And then once we're able to go from this screen to the app, then what we'll do is actually design this to make it look a little bit better than it looks right now. Yeah, so that's, I think that's going to be the plan. So essentially we get back all of this. So what we need to do is we need to save the API key here on the device, which we did create something here. Yep. Oh my God, my voice is just like, it's not made to be talking this much. I usually am pretty quiet. So it's not used to it. Okay, let's see. Shared preferences, there we go. So, login screen, I think, is where we're gonna store it. So we're importing the shared preferences, we're saving, going back to main.dart. And then we need to save the API key. We don't need to copy all of this, but we're going to copy all of it anyway. Okay. Save API key. Okay, so API key prefs.getString API token. Oh yeah, what? How did we add the API key? Let's see if we have that tab somewhere here. Yeah, okay, so there we go. Set string is what we want. So that will then save it. API key. user. So then if the user is not null, does not equal null, then what we'll do is we'll save the API key. Save API key user. So then what we need to do is we need to change this so that it actually returns something. Oh, well, it does return something, so that's good. Yeah, let's go to the login screen. And so right now we're getting that user. If user is not equal null, then we'll go in there. And then this is where we will do this. User dot API key. Or maybe we just have it like this. Set string. And we don't need to try anything. And we don't need to return anything either. Okay, so that then means that as soon as we press sign up, for God's sake, then we'll save the API key locally on the device. And then via the API key, we can then actually get the information of the user. So what we need to do now is we need to create some method that will then try to actually get the API key. And if it can't get an API key, then it will show this screen where you'll be able to log in. And if it does get an API key, then it will instead log straight into the app. So we need to create something like that. Okay. So this we can remove. Okay. And Okay. What I'm thinking about now is whether I should create another user so that we actually save an API key here, just to test this. I think I will do that. So we'll run it again, and then we'll create a new user, and hopefully that will then store the API key locally on our device. So we'll do cal at automating.com. .tech. And then we'll do cal, and then we'll do, oh wait, the username calt. First name is cal, and password is 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Sign up. What was the error here? The following assertion was thrown. Handling a gesture is not of subtype. Okay. This has to do with the fact that we're returning something dynamic, or something that's a future. So we need to make sure that we're actually handling that in the right way. Your get is async function, so it will return a future. You could await for the future and save the widgets to a list and call setState once it's completed. Future filter. So if we do future, oh, the computer is really slow again. All right, here we go. This should be a future user. And wait, I'm just gonna check something. All right, so it was a bit freaky because it was like I heard what sounded like a young girl's voice. It's like 8 p.m. right now and dark outside. And I heard what sounded like a little girl's voice, like screaming something outside, but like kind of in a low key. It wasn't really like screaming. And I was like, what the fuck is that? And then I looked outside and it looks like someone's like looking for a cat or something like that. So I just had to check that. Okay, get filter chips. Okay. If snapshot has to return data user. Okay, maybe. All right, I need to figure out kind of how to do this in the right way. Call future within on pressed Flutter. Okay, on pressed, future builder, result list, future fetch post. Okay, I think this might be what we're after. So we need that future. And we're gonna move all of this. All right, fetch post is not what we want. We want user block dot register user. User, okay, user equals snapshot, I guess, and then user, and oop. So right now the computer is super slow again. So it's not, if it's like super lagging, it's not the internet, it's just my computer is dying pretty much. Okay, we need to add that here. The if statement just to kind of control this, and now the camera died, so I need to change the batteries. which I'm gonna do. Oh, okay, wait, I'll do that. All right, I'm back. Sorry about the shit quality of some of this stuff. Now, where was I? Okay, I was trying to add that, which I have added, which is good. Now, if the user does not equal null, then we should do that. So probably in here, I believe. So if we run it again, I think it should work. Okay, let's type in the email at gmail.com. Now we sign up. Okay, good. That means then that we should have a future dynamics, not a subtype of future user. Okay. Okay, maybe it doesn't need to have anything there. Maybe we can just be a future builder. I think that maybe works. Okay, so in main.dart, what we need to do, as soon as the app is opened up, we need to straight away just check, is there an API key that already exists? Okay. And return API key. We can remove this. And what we probably want to do is we want a future builder here as well. Builder. And that has the builder, which is going to be get API key. And that means that this get API key needs to be a future string. Okay. probably what we need instead is a future widget. Let's see. Okay. Oh. Okay, and then build. Oh no, wait. That's why that didn't work. This is supposed to say future. Future. And that should then work, I think. Future string can't be assigned of type future widget. Okay, what if it's just a future and we don't have to actually... Yeah. Well, we could do something in here maybe, where we either return the login page. So here, if API key dot length greater than 0, then we return my home page. Otherwise, we return login page. I hope it's this simple, but I don't think it is this simple. Okay, API key, question mark, okay. So if the API key is longer, then we'll return that. Okay, we can remove this. And then we can do this builder. Build context async snapshot. Okay, and that will then be this thing here. So okay, let's just try to run this, see what happens. Like, the computer is so slow right now that I'm not sure if... Okay. Build function returned null. Okay. So async snapshot, so that is returning a widget for us. And we want that to then be return snapshot dot data. Another exception was thrown, a build function returned null. my homepage login page. Okay, how do we do this? Okay, instead of doing this, let's return a build function returned null. Okay, so we're gonna return the API key instead. And then we're gonna do, we're gonna do this string API key equals snapshot.data, print API key and then plus API key. So then we're going to print the API key. And then after that, we're going to do return API key.length. So if we run that now, invalid arguments. So scroll. Say, do we print something? No. Future builder string, an arrow was thrown, dirty. Okay, using Okay, so maybe if we don't have anything there, which we don't. Oh, the computer is like so slow that everything I do, I'm deleting something and I can't see how much I'm deleting until like 3 seconds later. So it's like really difficult to try to actually delete something without deleting way too much and then having to redo it. Okay, still does not work. Future get project details list, return project list. Where is the invalid arguments? I don't really get this. Flutter run widget creation tracking is currently disabled. Enabling improves as you can. The following argument, future builder, invalid argument. Alright, so there's some sort of error. I don't see what it is. Future get API key. This is where we're trying to get the API key. Print API key, da da da. It doesn't get here. So what if we do that? Okay, so this one works. If snapshot dot has data there is data print there is no data. Okay, there's no data, which means that we're not actually able to get anything from here. But we should be able to actually get in here, which I'm not. I don't know why we're not able to do that. Hello, we get in here, so that's good. What we need to check now is, do we get in here? There's no data, so we don't get in here, which means that there's something happening with this that's not working. Alright, I'm not really sure why that doesn't work. So, because it seems like we're running into an error right here, I would guess. Because we don't print this, I would assume. Yeah, so we don't print that, which means that we are not able to actually get in here. Which I don't know why we're not able to do that. Move the get string and see if everything. I can move it outside, but I feel like we don't get to this point. So that means that we're not really, we wouldn't be able to, we don't get here, so. Okay. I will ignore it. Okay. So, this doesn't make any sense. There is no data. Login page. Okay, so that means that we've got that signed up. Now let's run it again. Still no data. So it seems like there's some issue with this that just makes that not work, but it should work. Because right now the only issue that we have is essentially that that particular line up here is not working. Which is why we don't get any data back. Because if I put a print statement up here, then it prints, and if I put a print statement down here, then it doesn't print, which means that we're unable to get past this particular line, which means that, and this particular line is just based on, I guess, Flutter or Dart, this Dart package. It's nothing that I've added, and nothing that it seems like should just go wrong like that. I'm thinking, the only thing I'm thinking is like, maybe it's because I'm using a simulator. That could be, I'm not sure. Yeah, I've added it to the Flutter packages here, so it's already, like, as soon as you, if you do something like that and then save, then it will automatically run Flutter packages get. So it should, I mean, we can, I've tried it now, so reinstalled it or whatever. So maybe that is the problem. No, there's no data. There's no data. We're gonna add a print statement here just so that we can try to print something. Hello. So right now, if I have print up there and then print down below, then it'll print hello 1, but it won't print hello 2. Bah. If you're thinking of So I'm not really sure what to do. If you remove future from the method name. Okay, so I removed future from the method name. There's no data, there's no data. Still doesn't print this. Okay. How do we solve this? Google Flutter shared preferences not working. Okay, we'll try the, oh shit. We'll try this part of it. We'll add an init method. And it says superclass of my app. Okay, could it possibly be that we're doing it too early? So maybe we should do it down here instead. So what we'll do is we'll copy this part. Go up, not all the way up. Oh my god, this is not gonna work. Okay, copy that, remove it, and then we'll do future builder here instead. And what we'll do is widget get home page, and that's going to be this, return that. Okay, there we go. And then we're just going to paste all of this stuff. We're going to take that from here and we're going to move it into the other class. Okay. Got something in my eye. Oh. All right. Okay. Hopefully this is gonna now solve the problem for us. Okay. Let's paste that here, like so. There's no data, there's no data. Oh. So we're gonna do here. We're going to create something like that, and then we're going to initialize that instead within our init, this one. So we're going to do exactly what this does. Okay. So then in here, we paste that, and we need to add another thing like that, and then also a parentheses like that. Okay, prefs equals that. Okay. If we run that now, what happens? There is data. That's really good. There's no data first, and then there is data. No implementation get all channel data. Okay, I'm not sure what that means, but it seems like there is data now at least. So there is data. Okay, so if there is data, then we do string API key. Like so, and we'll call that here. So API key equals snapshot.data. Okay, and then we'll print the API key here. Okay. Now that didn't work. Okay, that's why, of course. Or wait, is it? Okay, let's do that. I think maybe it's because it's printed null or something, but it should, if API key is null, then it should just print null. So I'm not really sure. Following argument, invalid arguments. I believe it would make the method. Okay, so what if we just print snapshot.data just to see what that is, in case that's something that maybe that is the reason why we can't see it. There is data. Okay. I'm doing something very stupid right now. I'm doing all of this in the place where the API does not, or the snapshot does not have data. That's where I'm trying to like print all the stuff. So that is why this probably did not work. Hopefully that is why. API key, let's go. API key, okay. So there is data, the API key is nothing though. Okay, yeah, that's because we don't have one saved, is what that would mean. Okay. Okay, and then we'll do this. So if API key dot length is greater than 0, then show home page. So home page. Wait, what do we call that again? Get home page. Okay, get home page. Otherwise, we'll show login page. Okay, so that seems to work. There is data. Print snapshot.data then. Snapshot.data. refs.getString API token. Okay, so now it doesn't seem like we're actually saving this thing now. So we want to check that. Print saving. Okay, and then we want to run it, and hopefully that should work. Okay, so that means that we're not actually saving the user or the API key. Get user, oh shit. User equals snapshot.data. Print snapshot data. This has taken an unexpectedly long time. Performing restart. Living Fate. I'm building the or continuing the build of the to-do app or the productivity app that I've been building on YouTube. So that's what I'm doing today. Now I have some time to answer some questions because this build has taken ages to rebuild the app. So if you have any questions, feel free to ask them in the chat while I wait for this to run. Still waiting. Also, it's been pretty crazy with YouTube the last week. It's been like, I think I've gained almost like, yeah, because last Friday I got to 50,000 subscribers and now it's like 57,000 subscribers. So it's been like 7,000 subscribers in a week, which is pretty crazy. And also like yesterday and the day before it was like 1,400 subscribers, which is even more crazy. So yeah, that's been a bit, it's been great, but it's a little bit crazy. Okay, I think it's run now. Terminal. No, it's still not running. Oh. Yes, there's gonna be an awesome 100k special. I'm not sure what that's gonna be though, but I'm hoping that I'll come up with something really good for the 100k special. Oh. How did you learn Python? Books or video tutorials? Well, I wouldn't say that I've learned Python. I'm not super good at it. I just kind of, what I think I've said this in a few videos before, and that is like, I know Java pretty well. And that means that knowing that I can pretty much, and I also know some of the syntax for Python, so I know kind of how to create different classes, but a lot of things I just have to Google kind of how to do them. And mostly it's like when you know a language, then you can pretty much work and get something up and running in any language. It's just that you might have to Google how a constructor looks like in that particular language, and that's something that I sometimes have to do. Now I've been working with Python so much that I kind of remember some of that stuff, but I wouldn't say that I know Python at all, and I haven't really spent too much time looking into actually learning like the ins and outs of it. So I don't really have any great resources for how to learn Python, to be honest. Okay, I think it's running now. Yes, I want to get another computer because this is not gonna work for these type of streams, and I want to do more of these streams because I think, like as you can see, it's 9 p.m. right now. I started at 1 p.m. my time, meaning I've been sitting here for 8 hours and I haven't eaten still, because I think it's a lot of fun to actually be building this out, and I want to get to something that I want to get to a point where I'm happy with what we've gotten done today. I'm pretty happy so far. Like, we've gotten a lot of stuff done, but ideally I want to get to at least having this like login functionality up and running and finished. So that's kind of the goal. And in order to be able to do more streams like this, I think I need a more powerful computer. So I think I said this at the start of the stream. I asked my friend to kind of give me some tips for what type of computer to get or how to put one together, because I am not too into that stuff. I like to program, but I'm not super into actual computers and like how to put one together. So therefore, okay, I forgot where we were at. Okay, we're trying to save this and we're not able to save it. We're not able to print even the snapshot of data. We don't get in here. Yeah, so I want to get another computer just so that I can do this stuff without it being an actual problem. Rather just get a streaming PC than still have your basic Mac. Yeah, that's essentially what I'm going to do. I'm going to have a streaming PC that's going to be like stationary, and that's going to solve some of the issues that I've been having, which is like, yeah, just minor issues with the MacBook Pro. That's just not being that great. So that's kind of the plan. But it costs a bit of money, so it's like I need some money to actually be able to do that. Okay, so if user does not equal null, print saving, and we ran it now and we signed up here and we don't print anything. Okay, shit. So that means that the user does equal null. Like, we're not printing the snapshot of data because we're not getting anything back. Is that the reason? That might be the reason. If response status code. Okay, creating user. So apparently we are actually creating the user. We're just not. Okay, maybe there's some error in here then, but that shouldn't be the case. Living Fate, what I would like to ask is if you can include a forum on your website. It's easy to do and I'll gladly assist. Yeah, sure, I can include a forum. Then all of us who enjoy your videos can chat and help each other out. Yeah, sure, I think that's a good idea. So that could for sure be added. Okay. Could this be the case? Okay, wait. Let's take a look at this. Flutter HTTP get. Okay, let's try this. Maybe that will work. Because now we're returning a user. I'm feeling like this does not matter, but it might matter. We'll see. All right. Okay, still does not go there. Okay. What if we just do this then? Dot then. Oh my god, it's so slow. Exit out of that, and what we'll do is we'll do this. Right now it feels like it's almost at the point of like having to restart this, which I really don't want to do. Like restart the computer. Okay. Okay, one more time. Let's try it again. Yeah, the stream will get uploaded on YouTube. Marco. The full 12 hours or whatever it's gonna end up being. Okay, let's do a da 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 da. Sign up. Hello. Okay, so it gets there, but the user is null, which means that it doesn't get into saving. Okay. It should print the user as well. So. I don't really see why it's just not able to get the user for some reason. Null. So the user is null all the time. Register user. Okay, repository.dart, register user, future user. We don't need to print all of that either. Continue with How I Met Your Mother. Save this, run it. We're gonna have so many like random users in this database. Oh, come on. Get this to work. So the user is null after we've done this. Why is it null? Okay, what if we go another way with this? And we actually do this somewhere else. So we do this, instead of doing it here, what if we do it in one of these places? So maybe api.dart. We add another method here called save API key, and then we'll import that, save that, and save the API key here somewhere. Do save. So instead, we'll just do string API key. And then here we'll do result data and then API key. Oh yeah. Login screen, we need to fix this. All right, let's run that. Maybe this will work. So now what we're trying to do is we're trying to, instead of saving the API key here, we're saving it where we're actually doing the API call. So when we're getting the response back here, we're trying to actually save that in the shared preferences. This may work, but I'm not sure. Okay, let's cross our fingers. Oh yeah, that's right, it doesn't print anything. But that might actually be good that it doesn't print anything. Okay. Print saving and then print saving one. I'm getting the feeling that we're gonna have the same exact error that we had before, which is not what we want. Saving one, saving one. Okay, so it seems like that might work, but then when we rerun it, it should get the API token, right? Else print no data no data. All right, I'll put a wait before this as well. See if that fixes it. No data. Are we getting in here though? I'm not printing that in the right way, I don't think. Saving 3. All right, let's rerun that and let's try it again. Okay, so it does all of those things seemingly in the right way. The question is why we're not able to access it when we're in main.dart. Return future. Okay, why don't we get that? It seems like it's saving it now at least, which is good. But the question is still why we're not able to actually access it here. Shared preferences. Shared preferences, Flutter example. All right. The only thing I could see that was different for what they did was that they did not have void here. They just had save API key. But I feel like that should not make a difference really. Oh, wait. All right, let's add another one. Okay, that did all of that stuff. Now, if we run it again, we should be able to get the thing, but I don't think we will. No data, no data. Print what if we do this then? Await prefs dot get string API token. Alright, so here we're able to do this. We're able to get the API token, which means that it is saved. So the question is just now, how do we actually get that? But that's good to know, because now we know that it is it does exist somewhere. So now the question is just, do we do anything? Oh, wait. Still no data. Oh. Why? I removed the future now from the, from the method. No, that didn't work either. Okay. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take a break and just eat something. Because right now I feel like I'm just going into a rabbit hole and just I'm not really making any progress. I haven't made much progress for the last like 2, maybe 3 hours. I don't know. So it feels like it makes sense to just take a break now, eat something, and then I'll get back in 40 minutes. So we're gonna rest for 40 minutes and then we're gonna be back. And hopefully we're gonna be able to actually solve this after that. Yeah, so that's the plan. All right, so let's take a short little break for 40 minutes. I'm gonna put the timer on, and then we're gonna come back in 40 minutes. All right. All right, I'm back. Trying to just get the camera back up. So let's see. All right, now we got the camera back. Okay, so I'm ready to go again. It was quite good to actually take that break because I feel like I was just going downhill pretty fast with all the errors of this thing not working. So now I have some energy again and I'm ready to keep going and hopefully actually be able to solve this last bit. Because we only have like 4 hours left if we're gonna stick to the 12-hour deadline, which I'm not sure that I'm actually gonna be able to do. Maybe we'll push further or maybe we'll finish before that. I doubt we'll finish before that, but we'll see. Anyway, I appreciate that there's still so many people left watching this. So let's get started again and let's see if we can fix this. So the last thing was that we were trying to get basically the API key from the stuff that's actually stored on the device. And what we figured out was that we're able to actually do that here. Oh, here. So when we save, when we create the user, we then save the API key locally to the device, and that is done here. And if we do, and after this, if we try to print this API key, then we can actually print it, which means that it should be saved to the device. But then when we're in main.dart, we're not able to actually to get that API token. So we'll see kind of how we're gonna solve this. I'm not sure what the problem is. But it might be something where data contains key. Okay, maybe we can try this one. Bool check value await and then print check value dot to string plus all right, so now if this does exist, if the value exists, then it should print that out to the screen. All right, let's run that. And we'll see, it doesn't seem like it. Print hello. Okay, so that seems to be working. We're getting this far, but then this is where we're running into an error. So for some reason, prefs.getString is not working. Shared preferences. Print initialized we're just trying to, I'm just trying right now to figure out kind of what is happening. So it's so that is initialized. So we are initializing the prefs variable. Prefs. What if we do this? Prefs equals shared preferences dot get instance. Value type future can be assigned to variable type shared preferences. All right. Await prefs dot get string API token. Print. I'm just going to go through it and essentially print different things to try to see if it's working or not. API token. Okay, so that means that it's unable to do this. So are we just unable to access prefs? Is that what it is? Null, okay. So that means that is actually not set to be anything yet at that point for some reason. Okay, so that means then that didn't really help. Equals shared preferences dot get instance. Oh wait, shared preferences dot get instance, and then print prefs. Okay, need to remove that here as well. Okay, now it worked. That's a bit strange, I think, but that's good. That works now. Thank God. Okay. I'm just gonna have to like catch my breath now. That was, and this seems to be always the case, by the way. This was a perfect example of something like this. I've been sitting now working on this probably for 2-3 hours before I took the break. I took the break, came back, and within, I don't know how long, but like 5-10 minutes, if that, I don't think it's even 10 minutes, I was able to solve it somehow, which means that kind of, to me, that really showcases the importance of just taking a break. I mean, this could of course just be luck because it's just this instance. We don't have that many cases to actually judge from, but that is kind of my experience so far, is like, as soon as you just take a break and you come back to something, even though you're not thinking about the problem, even though you're not working it through it in your head. You're just like, as soon as you come back, you're more fresh and you're more like, yeah, your eyes are just better. Your brain is better adjusted to actually figuring out what the error is. I think there's something called like code blindness, or like a term that says code blindness as a thing. And I guess that is kind of what you get when you've been sitting for 8 hours or something coding. But that's good. That means that we now, as you can see, this now shows this screen because we have an API key saved. What we want to do now is we want to show just the login screen for now, because we're gonna have to actually use that API key in some way. Okay. So now we always show the login screen, no matter if you have an API key or not. Because what we want to do then is well, when you press sign up and it works, then you should move into the app. All right, so let's okay, maybe we'll just add a logout button just to kind of be able to log out, because then when we log out, we need to remove the API key. That's the idea, as far as I know. Okay, so intro page, we're gonna add to the top bar actually here, I think. Material app, safe area, default tab controller, length. Row, text, in tray. All right, let's see. All right, so there we go, we have that. And if we press profile, then what we should get is a logout button, let's say. So we'll see. I just have to figure out where that container is for the one that we want. Light green, there we go. Okay, so what we want to do here is we also want to add a child center. This is going to be super basic. Child flat button. Child text. And that's going to be log out. Is it log out as 2 words or is it 1 word? Log out. It feels like it's supposed to be 1 or 2 words, but often made into 1 word. Oh, okay, that doesn't matter. I don't care. On pressed, I was about to just like Google that, and I don't think that really matters. So on pressed, we're gonna have to log out. So what we need to do then is we need to get the shared preferences again. Shared preferences, pref equals shared. Actually, how do we do this? Future builder. Actually, maybe we do this thing instead. We'll create a method called logout. That's going to be our logout method. Logout. Async. And that is then going to have our shared preferences. Prefs equals shared preferences dot get instance. And we need to have a wait here, a wait. Okay. And then prefs dot what do we do? Set string, I think. Yeah, set string. And then API token. So what we're going to do is we're going to set that to be just nothing, because we want to remove it when the user logs out. Okay. So logout is up here on pressed. Do logout like so, I think. Okay. And we're gonna have some color on this, just to color, okay, red color. So there we go, we have our button, and if we press log out, then it should have now removed that from the shared preferences. So if we run this from the start again, then we should get to the login screen, which we do, which is great. This what should happen also is we should do a set state. So let's see. As soon as you press sign up, for God's sake, then there should be a set state that then sets. Well, it should rebuild this thing for us so that we then get the API key and show the home page. Intro page. Login screen. Okay, we can add something called void callback, I think, or something. Void callback Flutter. which is where you essentially do something like, so if we're in a different place and we want to add or call a method in a step in another place, then you can do something called void callback, I think. And that then means that we get to the right place. Okay, here you go. Final void callback is that one. So then we'll add that to this login screen. We'll add that up here, I think. Sign up. Sign up press. Sign up pressed, okay. So then here we should do dot then sign up. Okay, I need to figure out kind of how to actually do this. Quick callback, okay. Rest. Sign up pressed, okay. And that then means that in here, when we do this one, we'll do sign up pressed, and that will then call a method here that will call sign up as well. Void sign up pressed, like so, and that will then do set state build, I think. So we'll essentially I'm gonna try to get this to work, and then I'm gonna try to explain actually what this does and why it does what it does. Sign up pressed, sign up pressed. The expression has the type void, therefore can't be used. Try checking to see, okay. So it can't be of type void. Does that work? Okay. Save and then run. We'll see what happens now. Okay, that didn't work. Set state or more. The expression here has the type of void. Checking to see if you are using the correct. Okay, so now let's see what happens if we sign up something here. What hopefully will happen, or what I'm trying to make happen, is that when you press sign up, this method will get called, and that will run the build method again, which is this method, which will then run all of this stuff again, and it will try to get the API key, which when we also press sign up, we also save the API key for the user that we just signed up. So doing all of this again then should actually get us that API key and should then therefore reload and get us into the app. Not sure that this is gonna work, but we're gonna try it. Okay. That did not work. No, it's not a subtype of dynamic. Okay. So login screen. And we do this instead. Save it and then run it. All right, so now we get into the app, but that is because we have an API key saved. So if we log out and then run it again, and then we sign up another user. All right, that worked. Oh, that's really good. That's exactly what we were trying to achieve today. Or one of the things that we were trying to achieve today. That's really cool. I'm really happy with that, because now that means that we're actually in the app. If we relaunch the app, if we just remove it and then run it from the start, it should have the API key saved, which means that we should be able to get into the app. So that's really good. I'm really happy. Okay, now we also need to just be able to actually log out. So when we press the log out button that we created here, the log out function, that should also run the build again. So that should do set state and run the build method again. Which means that then if we log out, then it will get back to the login screen, and then if we log in or sign up, then we'll get to the actual to the page that we want to get to, essentially. All right, that's good. So we get back into the app. If we press log out, then it should have, oh no, it should not have at all. Okay, so now we press log out, so we need to create a new user. The only thing is right now every time we get to this screen, we have to create a new user. We can't sign in with an actual existing user, but that's something that we're going to add just now. Okay, so now if we press log out here, it should take us back to the sign up page, which it does. So that's really good. Oh, fuck, that's actually working. I'm happy. Okay, I'm gonna take a drink and then we're gonna get back. Okay. So now we're able to log out, we're able to sign up. The next thing that we want to do is we want to make this sign up page a little bit better. We want to, for instance, this would be a sign up page because we have email, username, first name, password. If you want to sign in to the app, if you already have an account, then there's no need to type in first name, username, email, password. It should just be like username and password, which means that we need to create a screen for just signing in if you have an account, and then we need to create a page for signing up. We need to design the page for signing up properly, and then we also need to add a forgot password screen so that you can press like forgot password and then you'll get, in some way you'll get the password. I'm not sure how to actually do that. Okay, so we'll start with just creating the two different screens. The first screen that we're gonna get is the login screen. So the question is, how do we do this in the best way? Body, container. What I'm thinking is we'll do just an if-else statement for now. So we'll have to have something like okay. We'll always start with just the regular sign up page, and then if you press sign in, or we'll always start with the sign in page, and then if you press create an account or create a new account or something, then you'll get to this page where you actually create your account. So what do we need to do? Okay, widget get sign up page. And this returns this thing. Return. Okay. So then if, okay, new user, question mark. If it is a new user, get sign up page. Otherwise, get sign in page. And then we'll create this method here, widget get sign in page. All right. And new user will be false right now. So bool new user. Actually, let's do it the proper way, or the more proper way. I'm not actually sure that this is the way that we're supposed to do it, but we'll do it like this for now. New user and final bool new user. Okay. And here we'll do widget dot new user. All right. And then we'll take care of that in this page where we actually set this to be a new user or not. So here we also add new user equals false for now. So this means that we'll then show the new user or the sign in page instead of sign up page. What I'll do is I'll create a real account now, just so that I can actually make or get into my profile. Cal at something.com. Cal is going to be my username and first name is Cal. Password is going to be Cal. Sign up. All right, so now we're signed up with that email address, which is good. Now we can sign out. All right. Now we need to create this thing here. So the actual sign in page. Okay, so return container. And this is what's going to contain all of the information that we want to have. So color, background color equals dark gray color. And then go column, child, column, children, text. We're gonna have a welcome to the app. And then we're gonna have a text field for the email or username. Could be either one, I think. We're gonna create something where we can use either one. All right. No, text field. Field. Decoration. Input. Decoration. Hint text. And that should be username, let's say. All right. Then we'll have another controller here. And that will be, text editing controller, text editing controller. And what is this? Username text equals new text editing controller. And then same thing here, text editing controller. And this is password. Text equals new text editing controller. Okay. We'll add the controller here. Okay, we already did. Username. So there we go. Now we need to also add another one. We'll call this password. Password text. Okay. We'll run this. Okay, so it doesn't show up that much right now. It is up here, but it's black color of all of this stuff, so we can't really see it. But that doesn't really matter. Back color, fill color, colors dot white just to see if that changes anything. Does that change anything? No, seems like it doesn't. Okay. Color. I'm trying to think of like the easiest way to just fix this. Because right now we can't really see anything up here. But yeah, we'll add a button as well, actually. Flat button. You know what, I think we should actually design this instead of just going off imagination straight away. We could just design it instead so that we have something to kind of go off. XD. And then we'll open up productivity app design. Okay, so there we go. This is what it looks like right now. We'll copy this whole thing. Then we'll create a new one. Okay. And then we'll just remove. Okay, not like that. Remove this, remove that, remove that, remove that, remove this, remove that, remove that. Okay. All right, so we want something that says sign up. Maybe actually we should have this. Okay, so this is what we're gonna do. This is gonna be that color instead. So it's gonna be this red. Copy that. Change this. Okay, I think that's gonna look good. Sign up. Don't have an account? Question mark. Oh yeah, this is gonna be sign in. Okay. Putting that there. The size of this is probably going to be a little bit smaller. And we're probably going to use, instead of heavy, we're going to use light. Okay. Something like that. And then this is probably going to be, okay, we'll keep that as it is right now. And then we'll copy that, paste it, and we'll create a sign, or no, create account. capital letters. Sign in, create account. Don't have an account, create an account. There you go. Okay, sign in. Okay, and then what we want to do is we want to create a text field for the username and the password. No, actually, no border because it had a border. Okay, so the classic is to like use round corners, something like that. But I kind of like the square corners. But I guess this looks pretty good too. You guys let me know what you think it looks best, if the square corners look better than the slightly rounder corners like this. So that's, I think this is what we're gonna go with for now. Okay. But let me know what you think. Then we need some sort of title as well. That should be like welcome or something. Welcome. A little bit more height on the text fields. Something like that, maybe. Yeah, I think that, I like that too. If that is what you meant. Okay, let's use this color and then paste that here, but then make it a little bit lighter. So we want it to go like pretty much straight up, like so, something like that. Okay. Okay. Welcome or something like that. Probably a logo or something as well. Below that, I would say. All right, that is good enough. Okay, so that is now what our sign up screen is going to look like. I don't want to spend too much time on it, and I feel like this looks good enough for me. So this is the sign up page, I guess. So now we need to make something that looks like this, which means that we need a column or a container for all of this stuff, a column here with like some sort of container probably. Okay, how do we do this in the best way? These ones I would say are evenly spaced, which means that we could have a container here that contains all of them, and within that container we have a column that has a text field, and a button for the sign in, and then they are evenly spaced. And then this would be another container with a column of these two, and then this is a container with just a text field. And then what we can do is we can have this entire container with a column that contains this, and then this entire container, and then this container, and then we can have them be like evenly spaced or something like that on the screen to make them kind of separate like this. I'll show you what I mean. Welcome. Like so. And then we need to create another container. And this is going to be the container that contains the text fields and the sign up button. So column, and then the children are all of these ones. Right, there we go. Username, button, child, text, sign up, on pressed, sign in. All right. Now we need to make it so that these text fields are actually white. The background should be white. Which I'm not sure how to do. We might have to mess around with some of the themes for this. So we're going to do color. Oh shit. What is happening? Color, cursor color, no. Okay. Then we'll go to our beloved Stack Overflow and see change. Okay, so we're gonna have to copy that entire thing actually. And paste it here. Then do this. And what we need to do is we need to input decoration filled true, fill color, white, in text username, content padding, focus border, outline border, Okay, we'll see what that looks like now just to kind of get an idea. Okay, so that does look like we're getting the right type of the right look for it, which is good. Welcome. Okay, and then we'll do some padding here. So margin, edge insets, dot only, top 100, and left 20, right 20, bottom 100. Okay, run that. Should mean that that moves down, which is good. Okay, so if we type in there, then we can do that. That's great. What we want is we want the font size to be, that's pretty good, I like that. The color should not be that though. The color should be the background color, so dark gray color, save that, run it. There we go. Now it looks a lot better. And we need to do that for 2 of the text fields. So we also need to add here controller username text. Perfect. And duplicate this now. computer is slowing down a lot right now, and it's very difficult to get this done because I'm scrolling like a little bit and then it just goes all the way down to the bottom. Okay. Password and password. Okay, nope, that. Password. Text. Save. All right. That means that we should have it look the way that it should with both the text fields at least. Okay, that's good. Now what we want to do is we want to have some space between these ones. So what is this? Main axis alignment, main axis alignment dot space between. Maybe, I don't think it's that one though. Space around. Okay, so that does not do anything. And then this one should do main axis alignment dot space between. Okay, so that then puts this stuff down at the bottom. This container should have a height of 300, let's say. Okay, so there we go. So now we're able to actually space those out. So 200, what does that do? Okay, that makes it look a little bit better. The sign in, okay. So there we go, we have we can type in our username, whatever that is. We can also type in our password, and then we can press the sign in. Right now it doesn't really do anything, but we're gonna fix that by adding some style here. So text style. Okay, we might have to actually create one in the global file. Create a global text file or text style for the color stuff. Or for the I think I'm getting tired right now because I'm like not making any sense, it feels like. Dark to do title, we're gonna have red title red, but red to do title actually, to do title, and this is gonna be our red color. Red. This is like, it's not even suggesting anything right now because the computer is so slow. Red to do title. is this not working? Red to do title, that's the style that we have. Red color 30, and this should get changed, but it doesn't get changed for some reason. Okay, so it seems like it's pretty much entirely having this app running. That is what's like taking up energy from the computer right now. So, but we have to run it. So I'm gonna run it again from start. And Montebester asks, what do you think about Flutter in comparison to React? I haven't used React, so I'm not actually sure how it compares. But from what I've heard that React has some things that's like it's more difficult to make things look native on React compared to Flutter, where I feel like there's really no constraints in Flutter what you can do. It's more easy to actually use Flutter than it is to build it in a natively. So that's the only thing that I've heard. I've heard some people talk about like all the constraints while with using React, and I haven't ran into any constraints using Flutter so far. I would guess, I haven't tried making any games or anything like that in Flutter, and I'm not sure that you can make games, but I guess that might be something where it's like if you try to even make games, that might be difficult. But if you're just making apps like I'm making them, then it makes way more sense to be using Flutter, I think. But compared to how it is using React, I don't know. Maybe React is better. But I just really I've just really fallen in love with using Flutter, because for me it just makes everything super simple and really quick. I think it just makes sense for me when I try to use it, so that's kind of why I like it. Okay, container. Now I'll add the bottom part. Text. This will say don't you even have an account yet? And then we'll have below that another flat button where we can then do child text. Oh. And that will say create one. On pressed widget dot new user equals true. Okay. We don't have to do that. Okay, and what we want to do that looks pretty much like the design that we created in Adobe XD. So that is what we're going for. Let's save that and run it to see what that looks like. So now that looks even more like the actual design that we came up with. So this is the design and this is what it looks like here. So now we just need to fix this so that's the right type of font and the right color. Fix the welcome so that that is then the right color. Okay. And then we'll go style. We'll create the different text styles in here. Now. Red. Text. And that should be, I think I set that to be 20. And then we'll do another one that's not bold. Red text is what we'll call that. And that'll be 20, and that's not going to be bold. Okay, we also need to create the welcome thing, which I think is going to be like the intro title style. Big, light, blue title. Okay, that's going to be all of that, which is right, but we need to have that right color, which we will get by just doing this. We're going to use my trusty little tool called SIP, and if you just, then you can just get that and get to whatever color you're looking for and press it. It'll copy that to your clipboard, and then we can just paste it in here. So we'll create a new color, light blue color equals new color 0xFF, paste, remove that, add that there, light blue, set that here, there we go. Okay. Let's run this. Login screen, style is going to be, what is that going to be? Create one is our red text. Don't have an account yet is our red bold text. Oh, style. Right. Then we need to set the welcome as well to be the right one. Welcome is style, big, light blue title. All right. Yeah, so that is then our sign up page. Pretty much done, I think. Do we have something like narrow that you could do? Let's see. Flutter. Thin. Okay, so there's apparently one, because I feel like this is not looking the way that I want that to look. Oh yeah, I forgot. That is supposed to be bold and that is supposed to be thin and not bold. And it's also supposed to be centered. So let's go to that. Don't have an account yet. Style that one, and then text align dot center. That aligns that to the center, but this should then just be red text. And this should be red bold text. All right, that's pretty good. We're going to also add something here. So what you can do, apparently, is you can do font weight and then font weight dot thin, which, can you do that? Doesn't seem like it. Okay. Okay. W. Okay, let's try this with, so you add a weight to the thing. But it seems like that's pretty much. Okay, anyway, that is as thin as we're gonna get, I think. Okay, so don't have an account yet. Create one, you press that, then you get to the sign up page. But what we want to do now is we're going to actually implement some of the logic for signing in. Okay. Okay. Now I can really start to feel it, like that the tiredness is getting to me, for sure. But we have that, and I think that looks pretty good too. So now we're gonna sign in. That's what we're gonna do. Okay. Sign in is going to, oh, there we go. It's gonna call our sign in method, which we need to have one. Sign in, username, if username text dot doesn't equal null, and same with password text dot text does not equal null. Then we'll go in here and we'll do the sign up. So, or sign in. Username text dot text, and then password text dot text. Need another void callback. That's going to be sign in pressed. Okay. Void sign in pressed. Okay. New user false. So what needs to happen? This needs to call the API and try to sign in the user. If that doesn't work, then it should stay here. If it does work, then we should move on to the next screen. Sign in pressed, sign in pressed. Okay, so that will then also rebuild. We should call this login instead, actually. And we can remove that. And we can just have something here. That's called login. Login. And then we can remove this thing. Okay, go back here. We'll go login. So I'm changing this now to be login instead, because I feel like we need to do the logic when you press the button, and then essentially if that worked, then it should log in. So that what it needs to do if it works is to log in. So that's why I'm renaming it login instead. Okay, go down to wherever we have the error. Widget.login. Okay. let's see. We probably need to create a sign in API call that we can do, because yeah, well that's what we want to do, I think. Oh, I'm so tired, I can't really think. Okay, so let's just create all of that here first, and then once we've done that, we can actually try to access that user. So here we are registering user, get user, register user. Sign in user, username and password, no email. And then this should be sign in user. And then we'll go to repository.dart and we'll create another one of these ones. Okay, and then this should be called sign in user. Great. Should just be username and password. Username, password, no email. Movies API provider. Nope, we're just gonna call it API provider. Okay, and then we'll go to the API here. And what we want to do is we want to do this, or we want to copy this at least for now. And then what we want to do is we want to do a GET request this time. So instead of doing the post, which we did before, we want to do a GET request. So we do get, and the body is user. Let's see here. Okay, user sign in, I think we'll call it, and this will be sign in user. Remove all of this stuff. Oh. Okay, and so is there no, can you not have a body in the, can you not add a body to this? Okay, well maybe we'll do a classic one where you do and username equals plus username plus and I think password equals plus password, like that. Okay. Then we'll remove the body from it. Okay. Sign in user, all right. Sign in. For form submission, use post method, not get. Yeah, so maybe we should just use a post instead then. Makes it a little bit better. Delete all of this. What theme are you using on Visual Studio Code? I'm using the Mariana Pro. So if you just go to extensions and search for Mariana Pro, you'll find it here. Pro. And it's this one. So that's the extension that I'm using, and that is essentially the same theme that I used from the from Sublime. So I just liked the Sublime text theme, so I wanted to use it here as well. So that's what I'm using. Okay. So sign in, and then we'll add the body now. So wait. There we go. We have a username. Last name, password. Sign in. All right, so now we have that method, and that's going to be a post instead. So post sign in user. All right, so map result json.decode. We don't need to return anything. Oh. Future, we're just gonna have that be a future like so. All right, so there we go, sign in user. This then should do everything that we want. So now on the login screen, when we press log in, then this should happen essentially. We should do block dot sign in user, username.text, password word.text. Okay, dot then, and then we'll do another one. So And then after it's done that, then we should do widget.login. All right, so now once we've done this, we can actually add this to GitHub now, because I haven't added it to GitHub for a while, so we need to do that. Git status git add dot mit login now work sign up works. Okay. And I have like a big light there as well, that's like shining light right in my face. So I'm getting even more like kind of messed up by having this light in my eyes. So my eyes are a bit strained right now. Okay. So what did you say? And don't forget to check if API sign-in accept the post method. Don't know what that meant actually. Block.signinUser. Okay, so that means that we can now actually create the sign-in method in our API or on the backend. So we're opening up the backend again, and we're going to create another resource probably. So we have register.py here, but we want to create a sign in as well. So we're going to just copy everything here. We're going to paste it in to this one. Going to remove that for now, so maybe the computer goes a little bit faster. Okay, new file. And we'll call that sign. Oh. .py. And then we'll paste all of this here. We'll call that sign in. And then in our app.py, we need to create a new route. So we'll call this, we'll do the sign up. Can we not do this? Does that not work? Okay, cannot import that. So from resources dot sign in import sign in. Okay, so now we have that done. That works. Okay, get sign in. Right now we don't need that. Post self Okay, not user.query.filter by username.first. Okay, so that then tests if the user exists. And what we also need to do, we need to query two things at the same time. So we need to query to see whether so the first thing that I think that we need to do is we need to check whether the username exists. If the username exists, then we need to find if the username password is the same. Okay, yeah. So that's what we need to do. If user dot password is equal to JSON data password, if not user dot password is equal to that. Okay. Now, if that does not equal this, then message password incorrect. Okay. We don't need that. So all we need is essentially to get that user, and we don't need to add something to the database, so we're removing that as well. Result equal user dot serialize user, that's good, and then we return the result. Okay. So I think this means that we can do this now. So we'll see. Let's try it out here first by doing get and then sign up. And what we'll do is we'll remove this stuff. Username, password. Okay. On the send, not found, but that sign in. The URL, the method is not allowed for the requested URL. Okay, it's a post. That's right. Okay, username not available. If not user. Does not exist. All right, so there we go. Now it should work when we send the GET request. Yep, so we get back the API key, the address, all that stuff, which is great. So it's a success. Then now comes the interesting part when we try it out in the app. And if this works straight away now, then this kind of illustrates the point that I was trying to make before, which is that a lot of time goes into creating the first instance of something, or the first time you're actually going to try to do something. But as soon as you've done it once, then all the things are essentially the same, but just slight variations, which means that now it's going to go a lot faster, I think. So I'm saying that before, preemptively, trying to hopefully not jinx it too much. And then we're gonna run this. I'm not sure that we've implemented everything. I think we have implemented everything. So what should happen now is it should open up to the login screen, and we should be able to type in the password and the username. And we're gonna type in exactly the same as we did for this request that we did. And what should happen is this should then work and get us into the app. So we're gonna see, hopefully it works. Okay, Moment of truth. Let's see. Cal Holden. Done. And then password 123 Cal. All right. Cross your fingers and let's press sign in. Okay, it didn't work. Sign in 201. It seems like the whole thing works, but it's just, I think it might be this thing that didn't work. So we'll do here print hello. Okay. So we need to do this. The thing was I did not do this. I'm gonna show you. Right. Here. The problem is that what we're doing is in here, this API method returns something, and even though it's a future, I think some of the methods here return something, I think, which is why, yeah. So I think if we change all of these ones to not return a future user, then I think we should be good. Okay, so let's try it again. Hopefully this time it will work. Okay, now I am signed in, so we'll log out and then we'll do Cal Holden 123 Cal. Now it should work. Okay, it doesn't work. Why did that not work? Is it still the same problem? It might be the same problem still. Okay. So that means that what we're gonna do instead is what I did for the other method, which is I just added a underscore here, which means that I think it will then make it work. So we'll run it again and try it again. Because it apparently returns something, and when we don't have anything in here, that means that it looks at that as like, well, it's null, but it knows that it has to return something, so therefore it can't be null. So we need to actually add something there so that we get to assign the return value that we get. So Cal Holden and then 123 Cal. So I'd be highly surprised if this doesn't work, but we'll see. Okay, so that does work now. Okay, so that's really good. Now we're able to sign in a better way, I would say. We can log out, we can sign back in, and yeah. So now the next thing would be to actually populate this list with real tasks. But I think also what we need is to actually use the API key, because right now we're just saving it and checking whether we have an API key. So yeah, I think we're going to try to do that first. But let's see how we would do that. So I think we can do that here as well. where we can check the header. So I'm not sure how we do that though, but equals request dot get Python return, okay, get header request.headers.get your header name. Okay. So what we'll do is header okay. So auth will be request.authorization. Okay. And then we'll do if not auth. Then we'll do all of this stuff. Okay, and then here result. API key. So I'm trying now to add the stuff so that we can actually add, or so that we can actually get authorize the user if they have an API key. So if they're already logged in, then we want to use the API key to actually check that they, or to actually authorize the user. Right now we're just checking that we have an API key. The API key could be just anything. It doesn't have to actually be connected to the user for us to get into the app. So what we want to do now is we want to make something or change this function so that we can actually send the API key as soon as we open up the app, and then check whether the API key exists within the database. And if it does, then we should just have the user get to the first screen straight away and not have to log in or anything. Camera died again. But we've got more batteries. So we're switching. And now it's back. All right. Fun fact, by the way, I bought an extra battery yesterday because I was like, I wanted to make sure that I had one battery that would actually work for the camera constantly. And it turns out that the battery actually has time to charge to a full charge within the time that it takes for the battery to die in the camera. So that means that, because I bought a third battery so that I could have one in the camera, one on charge, and then one extra here, because I thought that it wouldn't take, I thought that the camera wouldn't stay alive as long as it took for the battery to charge to a full charge, which would mean that they would slowly get less and less and less and until they would like die completely and I would have no camera. But it does have time to actually fully charge within that time, so that's good. Okay, so we have really 1 hour right now until it's been 12 hours since we started. I really want to get this working though, the API key, so that we have that. So I think that's going to be the last thing that we're going to do is actually make sure that the API key works. I have to say I'm pretty happy that I did this 12-hour stream, because I would not have realized that it would take this long to actually get all of this stuff going, which would mean that if I just did 1 hour, which I've been doing so far on this to-do lists or productivity app, if I would just continue doing 1 hour, I mean, that would take like 12 weeks to get to this point that we're at right now. But I don't think it would take that long, because usually when you spend this much time on something, it actually ends up taking longer, because like you've seen, I get a little bit tired and like lost in what I'm doing. But yeah, I'm happy with how far we've come. So it's not too far left until we actually have a minimum viable product that's gonna be available or able to actually publish, which is good. Okay, stop talking about that. Let's go into what we're actually gonna do. So user.query filter API key, JSON data API key. Result user.serialize user, that's good. Return the result. Okay. So okay, yeah, so we need to then also check if user, then we do this. Otherwise, we need to do all of this stuff. So we'll create another method here. It's going to be def login, sign in using username and password. Actually, let's do it the Python way. Sign in using username and password sign in. Okay, so if not JSON data, self JSON data. Alright, so that is what we're doing. And then if not auth, then we do self dot username and password sign in JSON data, and we'll do that here as well. Result equals that. Result. Okay. So that then should mean that this should work in the same way. Which I'm not sure that it will, but we're gonna try. So we're gonna sign it again. Cal Halden 123 cal sign in. Okay, JSON data is not defined. Okay, why? JSON data. You don't need the else block for the API key, but instead use some middleware for routes, resource requirement, and pass the API key on each request in the authorization. You don't need the else block for the API key, but instead okay, so I'm not sure what you mean when you say that you add some middleware. Blackstone's 974. So you say that you don't need to add the else block for the API key, but instead use some middleware for routes / resources requiring authentication and pass the API key on request in the authorization header. Not sure what you mean. Okay, so now we're running that and we're going to sign in. Okay, so that works. Now we can sign in using that method, which is good. Now we need to actually add the sign in. Okay. So now we need to see how we actually add a authorization header. Middleware is func called with every request. Okay. All right, let's print the authorization as well first, because I don't know what that looks like exactly. Okay, so we're printing that, but we also need to send it, so we're gonna do that here. Authorization, add a new authorization. I think it's just a basic authorization. No, okay, that's not the one. Auth1. Let's just try that. Key error, API key. Models. All right, so I think that kind of works. Okay, so read about JWT. It's similarly to your code. Okay, so I'll have to read about that as well. Thank you for that advice. I'll look that up. JWT token. I'll read about that. Okay. API sign-in returned you an API key representing user. That token subsequent to on Flask. You can write custom annotation to execute code before or after a resource is called, like that, or after sign-in method is executed. Call that a malware. In your case, you have to send this API key with every request. In your case, you have to send this API key with every request. Okay, yeah, so I see what you mean. I'm not quite up to what this actually would look like or anything, but I see what you mean, where it's like, or I'm assuming that what you mean is that right now the way that I'm thinking about it is that I only have to do it when I sign into the app, but the reality would be that you'll actually use the API key for everything. Anytime you want to get something, you need to first check that the API key is correct, like Macy JKA7 said. Yeah, so I see what you mean. So I need to in some way incorporate that in the proper way so that we actually get, so that we always send the API key and check whether that is correct. But right now that is not something that I will do. I won't get into that right now, but that is something that I will of course implement in the future. So thank you guys for suggesting that. I really appreciate it. Because this is the kind of stuff that's like when you're new and trying to figure this out, some of those details of like best practices and how to do certain things can sometimes be a little bit difficult to find out. Yeah, so really thank you for helping me out here. Okay, but right now we're going to use what I've done just to kind of test this, because I guess that the part in Flutter will be the same, because we'll be sending the authorization key anyway. Right now what I did was added it to the header, which I'm not sure if that's the way to do it. I think that's what that guy that I was watching, I mentioned him at the start of the stream, Engineer Man, when he was building out a REST API, that I can really recommend you watch if you want to learn a little bit more from someone that's a lot more experienced than me. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll use the header for now for this thing, and then within Flutter we will send this stuff. So we're going to remove that, save it, and we'll go to our main.dart. Here, get API key. Okay. So this then should actually get some information from the user, let's say. This should probably give us the user, I think. Really what we would want is to actually get the list of all that stuff, but that's pretty much the same thing as what this will be as well. So user equals block.sign in user, and then we'll do this. and API key, which will be this one. Okay, so first we're going to try to get the API key here, and then once we have that API key, we're going to call that string API key equals await this one, and then what we're going to do is we're going to do block.signInUser if API key.length is greater than 0, .length greater than 0, then we'll do the sign in, and this one will then return this is just like placeholder code, some of the stuff, because we're not really doing this the right way. The right way would be to actually get, or not the right way, but like the way that I would actually do it in this case would be to try to get all of the tasks for that user and then list the tasks. But since we don't really need anything from the user right now, we're just trying to test this stuff to actually get it to work. That means that we don't really need to return anything. What we would do in reality is we would actually return probably the list of all the tasks, and then we would display that in the future builder up here. So right now we're not gonna do that, so we're just gonna return a string, and if that string is not 0, then, or the length of that string is not 0, then we will let's think. If the length of that string is not 0, then the user has been signed in, and if it is 0, then the user has not been signed in. Okay, API. Okay, so then we'll have to add all of that to this one. String API key. API key, like so. Add that here as well. Headers. Okay, there we go. We also need to add that here. Okay. No API key. All right, so that, I think that seemed to work, to be honest. I run it from the start and we get back to this place. Like it doesn't, it seems like we're actually getting the authorization to work, which is good. Okay, maybe are we not actually using that method? That's why that didn't give us an error. Of course, sign in user, oh shit. Sign in user is what we should use up here. Okay, now let's run it and see if that works. Okay. Yes, it did a post request to API sign in 201. It worked. Okay, so that means that we're now able to actually authorize the user with the header, or with the, yeah, so with the header right now. Yeah, so I guess that is gonna be it. Or do we want to actually try to get a list of tasks up as well? I think maybe we should do that actually. Just so that, because then if we get the list of tasks as well, then we're pretty much like almost completely done with the entire thing. Like then it's really not a whole lot left. So, and I feel like that is going to be pretty easy because it's like similar to what we've done right now. All right, let's see, what we need to do is we need to then add class, we need to create that class in the proper way. So in models, we need to create a class called task. Down here, call that task, tasks, and then we have an ID of a task as well. We have the user ID. There's some way to do the relationship, which I'm not really sure how to do. Not that stuff is not what we need. We do need, let's take a look at our requirements for that. If we can find it somewhere. New window, ON, classes. Okay, there we go. That was my command, by the way, that I created this Friday in the one-day build that was just published. So I was able to open up this note with all the classes that we're going to use. So task is going to be a list of tasks. So we're going to have a note in here. Note. We're going to have completed, which should be not sure how to do that in this one. So we're going to have to look into that. Repeats, and deadline. And then we also have reminder. Okay, so we need to check out how to add a bool to the database. So let's check that out. SQL alchemy, and then do relationship first of all. Let's do a relationship. Actually, let's check out one of my previous projects because I have done this before, so might as well just look at that. Projects, yeah, projects, city xlog, and then ls city backend, ls city src, and then sub models .py. Okay, so here we go. Let's see if we can find the relationship here. Work out user ID, string foreign key user ID. Okay, I think that is the way that you do it. Foreign key, there we go. We also need to have the dates. So workout, I think, has a date. So that's just a string apparently. Total reps, or total load. Okay. And then do SQLite Boolean field always returns integer database .boolean. Okay, default false. All right, so we'll add that here. Okay. And there we go. We want to have this here, user ID. Note. Completed. Then we have repeats. Then we have deadline. Reminder. Oh, excuse me. All right. Reminder, deadline, repeats, completed. Note. User ID, note, completed, repeats is the last one. Okay, we need to fix this as well. User ID. ID. Deadline. Reminder. Completed. Reminders. Okay, and then we have note as well. Note. Okay, so there we go. I think we have this one done. Yeah, so now what we need to do is we just need to create, I think we need to reinitialize the database, because also essentially because I've created so many users now that if we just do this, select star from users, we have, I don't know how many users we have, 10 users right now it looks like, but I think we have more. Anyway, yeah, we have a lot more than 10 users. Okay, we have 29 users. So we're gonna do drop table, users, drop table, Alembic version, and then do DT. Okay, we don't have any relations, that's good. Now we'll remove this folder again, our migrations folder, delete that, move to trash, then go here, nope, this way, do database.init, database.migrate, database.upgrade. Come on, let me upgrade ya. Alright, so there we go. What we can do now is we can create another resource here called tasks, I think. Yeah, I think that's gonna be the one. Yeah, we're gonna use that. And then we're gonna copy all of this and we're going to paste it into task. So we're essentially creating a new URI or a new request, yeah, URI I think. Task, like so. Actually rename this file. Task, okay. Task resource post self, okay. Authorization, yep, that should be the same. Okay. Okay, we should not be signing in using the username and password. Here, this should just be using the API key to do all this stuff. So, like that. If not header, then return. Message no API key. $400. Okay. Else users, da da da. Okay. So I'm trying to figure out how to get the user in the right way, else or how to get the tasks in the right way rather. If user okay, let's think. So we need to get the user first. Once we have the user, then we need to try to get the tasks. So tasks will be equal to task dot query dot filter by user ID equals user.id dot all. Okay, so that is then our tasks. We'll need to import that as well. User. Okay. Task has no query member. User.query. Why? Task has no member query. Resources dot task we'll add the URI as well for it. So tasks task, okay. And task.py. Okay. Tasks. So we're getting all of the tasks right there. And then for task in tasks. Result dot add serialized task. Okay. I think that is what we want, but we want this to be an array up here. And then we'll return the results. Okay. We don't use the JSON data, right? Not right now, at least. Maybe we'll do this instead. Comment that out. All right. Here we go. Now we need to add something to the database. So we're going to try to add something to our tasks. We're going to use the authorization header that we already have, but we're going to go with tasks, and in the body of our JSON, okay, that's right, register, we need to copy some of this stuff because we need to actually create a user here, or create some tasks. No, we need to get some tasks. Get, I think. Okay, and then we can do a post as well. Def post. Self. Paste all of this stuff. Task. ID. Last name is instead our completed. Repeats. Deadline. And then ID. Nope. What is this one? It's repeat, deadline, completed, note, repeats, deadline, completed, note. Okay, let's take a look at it instead. Reminders, that's the one. Dot add task. Okay. console. Okay, and we need to get the JSON data from our little thing here. Okay, so JSON data, all right. No API key else user equals user, okay. Reminders. Okay, so here we're actually creating that, which is good. Oh. Oh my god. Data result. Okay, result task. A serialized task. Okay, so I think now we can add tasks. So if we run this in here as a post request tasks, and we'll just add user, no, wait. Note completed, repeats, all that stuff. Okay. So what we're gonna add is we're gonna add a note. Note repeats completed. Deadline. Reminders. Hello. Oh my god, I can hardly keep my eyes open anymore. It's been 12 hours right now, and that's good. But we're gonna finish this and then we're done, I think. Let's see, reminders, there we go. Deadline repeats, completed, okay. Completed, we have that. Reminders, deadline, completed, note. Okay, I think we have everything that we need. We have the authentication or the API key. Okay, so now if we save this and just let's check that this is actually running so that we don't have an error. Okay. Task is not defined. API.add resource task. Okay. That is the problem. Oh. Tasks. Okay. Now that's running. Now we can test this. Try to actually add something to the database. Completed. It's gonna be false. and then we're going to send it. Failed to decode JSON object. No JSON object decoded. Okay. Okay, and then do that. Send. Non-type object has no attribute ID. Okay. If user else will return another message here. No user with that API key. All right, so I think that's the problem because I haven't actually added a user since I restarted the whole thing. So that means that we don't have a user with that API key. So what we first need to do is we actually need to register a user. So what we're gonna do here is we're gonna copy this one and then we're gonna add some body to this, which is just gonna be JSON. And that's going to be our body. So username cal, and then password cal123. Okay, email is going address, I think, because I misspelled that, I think. So let's check this one. Let's see what we have. Okay. We'll copy that. Paste it here. And then go, email address is going to be cal at caltech.com. And then we'll go with first name, cal, last name, Holden. All right. So now we're going to send that to actually register a user. We're not going to have a header. Okay, that's good. Send that. Now we've registered one. We have the API key. We can copy that. We can paste it into our header here, like so. And now if we send this, global name API key is not defined. All right. Global name API key is not defined. Okay, global name API key not defined. API key equals header. Filter by API key. Let's look at the issue that we're getting. Global name API key is not defined. We're gonna have to retry this, I'm not sure. Global name API key is not defined. But where models.py init self.user ID equals API key. Models.py okay, shit. That's the one. That's the issue that we had. Okay, I think maybe now it'll work. Nope, not a Boolean value. Okay, so what if we do false? Fail to decode. Okay, false. Okay, how do you send a Boolean value in this then? Okay, there we go. All right, so I think that works now. It seems like we got that back. We have some data here for our requests. If we do get instead and send that, then we'll get this. If we do another post, but we create a new note, that's going to be something else. That's going to be something else here, something else here, something else here. and then we send that. We created another note. If we do get, then we should get 2 notes here. All right, yeah. So that seems to work. We get 2 notes, or 2 tasks essentially. Good. Now that is something that we can then display to the user in our app. So now we can go ahead into our app and actually add that stuff there. But I think we're gonna end it there today because I'm dead tired, and these last 4 or 5 hours has been super like they were quite good after I just came back from the break. I was really like energetic and felt like everything was pretty simple. It's still been working out really well, like everything's going super smooth though at this time, but I'm just pretty much dead. Like, I don't know if you can see it, but I'm extremely exhausted right now. But it was a 12 and almost 12 and a half hour session of coding, which has been good. I think it's been fun. I hope it got some of that kind of hackathon feel. I'm not sure that it did, but that was kind of my point, or my hope with this. Let's switch windows to the chat. All right. Main scene chat again. Okay. Yeah, so that's gonna be pretty much it for today. I hope this was kind of enjoyable. I'm not sure how many people actually watched the entire thing, but I'm still pretty impressed. There's still 55 people watching this right now, and it's almost been an average of